Please? How about now? Please, stream gods or whoever is fucking up our stream right now. Goodness me. Oh, hey, is it working? Oh, wild. Goodness me, that was a nightmare, dude. I don't know what the hell was going on. Strum! What's up? How's it going, guys? Oh, congrats on the first, Crow. Rix is playing with fucking fire right now.
At Tyguy 614 suffer.
You poor thing. You poor thing. I want you to know that chatbot was talking in my ear that whole time and whispering me sweet nothings both before and during stream.
Salute 1.
The entire time, chatbot was whispering me sweet nothings thanks to you guys. I will have you know, my excuse for today, the reason why I was late is because I was driving my car across the Atlantic, which is a valid excuse and it is completely true. So, you guys were just being mean to me. That's it. That's how it works. How's it going, Calamity? What's on the agenda today? We have a handful of things, actually. Rixie. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's so cute. I'm keeping that. Nope, I was not hating chat. I was driving my car over the Atlantic. That is my excuse for today. See my face?
Hey, Rain.
On purpose?
Realizing today I get to watch the AG be made in the AG document.
Oh, yo, Sky, you're so real for that. Oh, this is unfortunate. This is the one time I wasn't planning on. Okay. Well, now we have to do it. Now we have to do it. Because I would feel bad now if we didn't. Please. Oh, goodness. Oh, God, my ear. Ask a few questions. Thank you, Piper, for barking. There is one thing I wanted to add. There was one specific thing. Oh my God, there's a 5-stream streak I see. But there was one specific thing, one very extremely specific thing I wanted to add that popped into my head the other day that I wanted to add to the AG that we'll talk about a little bit. But other than that, I was planning on making creature stat blocks using a new image.
I feel left out without a streak. I was out there having a life.
Don't do that, Sky. Using an image file that I showed off, I think it was yesterday, that I was showing it off at the beginning of stream, and I'm going to be using it today, and hopefully we're going to be able to make some creature stat blocks. That's kind of my goal for today, is to build a little bit of bestiary stuff. But I am down to, there was a mention yesterday about potentially looking into architecture and structures and potentially vehicles. And there's one thing, consumables, I would like to add, which I'm very scared to add. I'm extremely scared to add even, but I would like to look at it. Hey, what's up? How's it? Welcome to Alive. How are you supposed to pedal and pilot a vehicle if piloting requires concentration, piloting requires focus?
Okay, if bestiary is happening, I shall be asleep.
Can't focus when concentrating.
Good luck.
Oh. That needs to be added. That needs to be added in the vehicle specifically. Where is the... Oh, goodness. Oh, there it is. It is under crafting features. That's right. The B series happening. I shall be asleep. Good luck. Really? Rix doesn't like it? Oh no. Yo, congrats on the 5 streaks. Let's go. 5 streams. 5 streams. I think that a lot of people have had watch streaks since watch streaks came out, which is a wild thing to say.
Let's get to 10M orange.
10 mil orange is crazy, dude. Okay.
Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper, Flame Grill, taste with perfect toppers. I rule this day. Lettuce, mayo, pickle, ketchup, it's okay if I don't want that. It also
nope, Pedals is focused now. Pedals is focused now. Does it? Is it on? Yeah, Pedals is focused. Doesn't do the thing anymore. What do you mean doesn't do the thing anymore? Yo, let's go. Hello. Oh, the Whopper thing. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that took me a second to realize what even you were talking about. I forgot. You've been here for so long, Australium. I completely forgot about the thing. If you do it again, I will do the thing. The thing trademark. Like plugging my phone. Goodness me. Chat, have any of you heard about the whole lurkers thing on Twitch? Okay, that's not what I was...
This thing?
Nope, not that thing, Forager. Different thing. Sorry, chat, I'm doing Azure lore. Azure lore, I'm intrigued. I'm very, very intrigued. Dance. You scrum dance at me. Why must you scrum dance? Oh my goodness, I missed an entire Frankie drop? What the fuck? How the hell did I miss that? Oh my god, those spikes are so good. Holy fuck. Oh, they are serving in that picture. Holy shit. I love this. I also love Little Azure. That's so cute. These fuckers are adorable. I love this. Chat, I am looking in the art chat of the Discord right now. If you want to see what I'm seeing right now.
The problem is that you can't concentrate and focus at the same time. Piloting the vehicle needs concentration. Must hate chat. Pedaling the vehicle need focus.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, piloting requires concentration. Understood. Okay, fixed it. There we go. Now it doesn't. Thank you. John Money. No, I do not. I do not. Or he commits blasphemy. I would never blast any femmies. I would never. I was so afraid I was gonna say something bad there by accident. What's up, Vampiric? How's it going? Oh goodness, what was I gonna say? I was totally gonna say something. Oh, how many of you guys have heard about the Twitch lurkers thing? It's been kind of a controversy recently. Blast of them. It's been kind of a controversy lately, and it makes me sad. If anything happens, call me on my cell phone, which nobody has a number for. Otherwise, nap. All right, enjoy your nap then. We're working on the AG today. That. So these little dudes right here, these are called stream avatars. You have one of them, and every once in a while, a star will bounce around the screen, and if it lands on your dude, you get 100 points.
I have heard that Twitch doesn't count lurkers towards the total watching. But that's it.
That's it. That is the one. And it's
May
quite
I ask
the
a
nuisance.
second question?
Absolutely ask a second question. It is quite the nuisance. I'm going to be so dead honest with you, chat. It's also very disheartening. I don't like it. Angie. Big Angie, chat. Oh, thank you for all the bombs. Yes.
Let's go.
These are our little duders right here. Nope, they're not Oreos. They're completely separate currency specific to stream avatars. Are vehicles and
structures still crafted using a normal crafting station?
You do not need a crafting station to craft them, no. Twitch is silly goofy. Twitch is a silly goofy platform. Chat, hands up for ads up. There's about 10 more seconds of ads, I think, in the worst case scenario. What if we just saw speak for a minute, actually? What if we just did 1 minute of saw speak, Moonchi?
Ooh.
Wouldn't that... Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god. That scared the shit out of me.
We roller coaster hands up, ads up.
Roller coaster hands up, ads up is real. Alright, chat. I don't know how long it's gonna be that I'm gonna be in this speaking softly like this, but let's see how long I can remember. Whenever we do a soft speak, I usually end up slowly just getting louder and louder over time.
Can I interest you in a new WU?
Can I interest you in a new woo? Click on the essay, would you? Yep, that's the one. Should receive on PH and said like the first ever No Man's Sky leak. What the fuck? What does the essay widget? Here, I will go ahead and go like this. Even if you do not need to craft them to crafting station, can you use one to craft them anyways? I mean, if you wanted to, hypothetically, no, I don't think so. I presume that that's to make use of talents that give specific benefits or crafting stations that give specific benefits. And no, I do not think so. Unless your GM specifically allowed it, but I think rules is written, no, you would not be able to make use of a crafting station for it. I do not think so. Ooh, so many vetoes. Interesting. Oh, I'm getting dueled. Okay, now we're at the bottom.
Ori,
You guys can see
I
the bottom
can share
center.
the light lore for your dmeng schemes.
I'm intrigued. Give it to me. You can see at the bottom right now, Donut and I are in amidst a battle. Donut has challenged me to duel, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get my shit pushed in here in a second. But we're gonna get into the AG. We're gonna take a look at the thing I wanted to add for consumables, which Rix is gonna love now that he's gone. Do I like Ori actually soft speaking? I don't know. Do you? And if so, I'm sorry. Because I do a lot of screaming. I mean, I would never scream, obviously. I'm gonna die right here. Yep, it was a crit. Damn. You know, over the garden wall. Oh, interesting. I do like, oh, interesting. We adding drugs? I mean, we definitely... I actually talked about that. I want to... Can I tell you guys about an original drug system that I was potentially going to add to the AG, but decided not to due to complexity? There was originally going to be an addiction mechanic, like a genuine addiction mechanic. And basically the way that it worked is you had a number of... for lack of a better term, I'll call them drug points, right? You have a number of addiction points, let's say.
Drugs in Utopia. An original drug system. We don't need privatized healthcare in the AG.
So basically the way that the addiction mechanic worked is whenever you took a drug with this downside, right? So there's a negative RP to consumables that adds addiction points. When a creature consumes the consumable, they get addiction points.
At the Forager 56 year. Excuse me while I write down the addiction mechanic for future use.
And basically the way that it works is whenever 24 hours passes, you would make a a fortitude test against the number of addiction points you have plus 10.
Totally not going to be part of the campaign at all.
If you have 2 addiction points, right, you would have to beat a 12. If you fail to beat a 12, you would gain a point of fatigue, and the next 24 hours, it would happen again. Over and over, and every single time that you make this test, you lose 1 addiction point. So once you start cranking back addictive substances, you start, getting like 25s, 30s, 40s, you know what I mean? And this is a stackable negative RP, right? So you basically can put yourself so far in debt. You could put 10 stacks of addictive on a consumable, and you'll have to beat a 20, and then a 19, and then an 18, and then a 17, so on and so on. Or this one use of this one consumable that, albeit had, 10 negative RP stacks, would put you in, like, permanent fatigue. That addition is so fast. However, the downside to it is that there would have to be something that happens if you can't have fatigue. That way it works on automatons. Me taking mega cocaine with 100 addictive just to cast the bigger spell bomb you ever did spell.
That's fascinating. GG, I didn't expect that LVL of skill from me.
You know what? Maybe we will add addiction. Did we add addiction?
Let's GOOL.
Do we add addiction to that? The question is, though, how would it work on automatons? I want an addiction mechanic. Okay, you know what? We're gonna add it, and then we're gonna decide if we're gonna take it out later. I think that's how this is gonna work. Okay, if we jump over to consumables, wow, there is not a lot. Let's go to how much? Minus 10 RP. Let's not do that much. I think minus 5 RP for addictive, and it's stackable. Technically, this goes here. There was a positive feature I wanted to talk about, and I'm gonna call it. I think what we're gonna, what do we call this? Let's do this 20x, and we'll call it drowsy. We'll get there in a second, but for right now, addictive. Minus 5 does not sound like a lot. It's per stack. Rather than fatigue, you suggest a feature that can make characters easily irritated. I think that would be difficult, because what does easily irritated mean, right? There has to be a mechanical disadvantage. Drowsy sounds like alcohol. Well, it's definitely something. This actually might need to be like 5x or something like that, because this is going to get really expensive really fast. But I'll explain that one in a second.
Is drowsy the thing I would like? I am insulted by the implication
Point
that I
of
for some
disfavor
reason
on all
favor
checks.
consumables that make people fall asleep.
That's the one, Rix. Pointed disfavor on all tests. Oh, that's actually crazy. Okay.
Tell Crow I'm having a biggest cup of grape juice.
Biggest cup of grape juice is crazy.
Do you have, like, a will save? Like, the deeper you're in it the harder it'd be to resist it, so you'd gain a proportional ball and chain to your actions.
Interesting. Do you have like a will save? So like deeper. Yes, it's a fortitude test. And basically the more you fail, the deeper in shit you get. Automatons actually have it worse, arguably, because they get disfavor the more that they fail. Oh, actually, you know what? Pointed disfavor on all tests is kind of unfortunate, because if this immediately stacks up to 3 points of disfavor, which means all tests are failed, which doesn't make sense. That's not really fair, and it doesn't really like go infinitely like I kind of want it to, but we need something that works on automatons still. Dazed earlier, so I shall say it again. Dazed doesn't stack, unfortunately, unless they're just dazed for 24 hours, which is bonkers. But it should stack over and over and over again, right? So like, I guess it doesn't really stack super well. Oh, what's up, Trank? How's it going? Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. You have two sides of it. Automatons are resistance / immunity to withdrawal, but are hit by addiction part harder. No, and that's fair. We're gonna let it act like a
You
capstone
should join a
curse for
VC and
automatons.
pull Sky in
Each failed
so
will
that
reduce
she
the
can
level
read
by
out
one, locking
chat's
them
ideas.
out of the talents. That's crazy. I don't know if adding de-leveling into the main game is, or outside of curses and oaths is going to be. I think I would like to avoid adding XP deficits and things like that. So death is perm days. Hello, I'll be lurking while trying to do Skong active with my stupid challenge. I love this. Okay.
At
Each time that we're getting
Tranquilittle,
amount of
good luck.
DSP speech statement, the room will gain half rundown instead. That's not bad. That's not bad. I don't mind that. Thank you so much for the 100 daily biddies. I appreciate you.
Ray
I'm
Nice
still
Fallen
pissed
just
at you,
shared
Ori, from
100
yesterday.
bits.
I don't know what you
Daily
mean by
biddies.
tapering. What are you pissing me from yesterday for? What did I do yesterday? What happened? What did I miss out? Thanks so much for the 101 biddies. Goodness me. And the penny. Thank you, Rix. I
Battle
appreciate
Crow
you.
520 just shared 101 bits.
Crow, how dare. Crow, how dare.
I normally don't stay for Utopia work stream, but the drugs on Utopia talk is keeping me in.
It cannot gain the effects of arrests until it succeeds. How about that?
Also, I'm glad to hear you're working on a bestiary. I was
Oh,
wondering
for the
how
slabs.
creatures
I
were gonna operate in
carry
the
out the
game with just the
slabs.
base
Oh
book
my
out,
God.
lol.
We're shooting, but the drugs in the Utopia talks keep me in. I love that. This year I was wondering
Imagine
how creatures
how
were gonna
cool
operate in
this
skip.
would be
Yeah,
if
no,
it was
100%.
locomotion instead.
May you answer the question I sent last night via DMs? Let me see. Does an artifact with an instrumental count as a tool station? Or yes. Yes, it would count as a tool station. Yes, you can convert an instrumental artifact using the Black Hat and the Artisan feature. Tipping about slow bit increasing
Understood.
dosage.
Thank you.
I mean, I could definitely see the use case in that here, but I don't think that we're going to make it that complicated. I don't think there's going to be that many complications for this ability, personally.
Hi, Kanto.
Basically, the way that this works is when you consume it, for every stack of addictive on it, you're going to get an addiction charge. Every 24 hours, you must make a fortitude test against the number of addiction charges you have plus 10. Upon succeeding, you lose 2 charges, losing 1 upon failing. Upon failing, it instead loses 1 charge and cannot gain the effects of arrest until it succeeds. If you don't want to be addicted to something, just get addicted to something else. It's that easy. The addictive feature wouldn't actually be the same as addiction. Addiction would be a curse, I think. No, I mean, it could be either, really. Addiction is a mechanic. It is a very, very basic mechanic. Because one thing to say is
My
that...
last message, Ori.
is that... -1 to test is really sketchy, in my opinion. I think it'd be possible, but I think that keeping it really, really simple and just saying you can't rest until you overcome it is a fair way to not hinder your ability to resist the drug itself. Because I think you can get a character caught in a really awful loop if failing it makes succeeding even harder. Like, I get that, but gameplay wise, I think it'll be unfun. Actually, addiction is just a fortitude test against a drunk, sort of. I mean, yeah, it's very purposely simple, right? Because I don't think it's worth it to, in the consumables list, have an entire, manual as to how to deal with the mechanic of addiction. You know what I mean? Another thing that's oversimplified about this is that all drugs are the same type of addictive. You know what I mean? If you're addicted to one drug, you're addicted to all drugs using this feature. I think that if this doesn't soothe that itch, we should probably just get rid of it, honestly. You can get addicted to alcohol. You could absolutely get addicted to alcohol. However, you can also take one of these and not get addicted, right? Because you can just, you can put 2 stacks of addictive, succeed your first fortitude test, and then boom, you're done. You're done with it. You have no problems. It's when you start taking it back to back. It's when you start chain smoking. You know what I mean? That's when the addiction kicks in, because the fortitude test is getting higher and higher and harder to deal with. That's kind of why the system works this way, right? If you take more addictive stuff, then sometimes the first one is enough to get addicted. If you take less addictive stuff, but you take it habitually, then suddenly the charges stack up really, really quickly. How will vehicles and structure be priced? Is it based on a tier amount of cells? I don't know if it will be priced, honestly. I don't know if it'll have a base value per se. All drugs are the same type of addictive. No drugs are addictive. People are just exaggerating. I've been taking drugs every day for the past 20 years and I'm still not addicted. Jesus Christ. I don't see the problem with this version. It seems fine to me. Maybe if you fail the fortitude test by an extreme amount, like under half, you don't reduce any. No, and that's fair. I'm mentally noting to make consumables and or items with curse variant addiction. I mean, you can. I don't think addiction needs to be a curse. I don't think it really needs to be. I think that this serves the purpose. It definitely has a simplicity to it that is there on purpose. But the addictive stack is making you need to make more. This is just you get a drink if you take a bunch. Well, that's the thing, is that it incentivizes taking more, right?
Wow, so he's just ignoring me.
Oh, no, hold on. No, wait, I completely forgot. Hi, Virgo. No, okay, I remember. Thank you. I completely forgot. This was in my head. In my head, this is what it said, and I completely forgot it did not say this on paper. Correction. Upon failing, it instead loses one charge and cannot gain the effects of a rest until it succeeds or gains another addiction charge. So you can cure your inability to rest by getting more addicted. That's what I meant to say. I understand where I forgot
addiction
to put
being simplified might be too simplified.
I forgot to put my brain matter onto the paper.
There we go.
If you remove the addiction feature, withdrawal can still be a feature because withdrawal can exist without addiction, but rarely does the reverse effect. No, that's understandable. So I can sleep if I drink more coffee? Yes. That actually works for this, funny enough. You could actually make coffee with this because you could just make it a stimulant. Stimulants give you stamina boosts, but you become incapable. Okay, interesting. If you make a stimulant with addictive, we'll call it coffee, right? It means that you gain stamina from the coffee, but you can't sleep afterwards.
Is real.
Which means that you can't regain stamina from simply sleeping, and you have to rely on the coffee in order to gain more stamina. Remember, or you have to repeatedly being drugged, our bodies develop resistance to it, so maybe like make it lose faster, longer to succeed in a short amount of time. This is kind of the hard part, right? Is that there's only so much complication that's worth putting into a single feature like this, right? There's a lot of ways that we can make this more realistic.
Should there be a consumable feature to remove addiction stacks?
I could see that. I don't know. That's kind of, I feel like it's a little bit like, but I could see that there should be a way to get rid of it, in my opinion. But there is a, like, what was I gonna say? Completely forgot. I'm writing coffee to Dr. Elsler right now.
For that, just try benzos and pass the fuck out.
I don't think there should be, actually. I don't think there should be Ricks. I'll explain that in a second. There's a lot of ways that we can make this more realistic, that we could, give it more features, more complexity and everything like that. It is simple by design, right? It is purposely not completely accurate to how addiction works, but nothing in a TTRPG is completely accurate to how its real version works, right? It is purposely simple. It gets the point across. When you take these items, you are incentivized to take more of them, and the more of them you take, the more incentivized you get to take more of them, and the less incentivized you are to take less of them. It's kind of like a bribe and a blackmail all in one package.
Withdrawal and protracted withdrawal could be 3 different features.
Like there being a rush-related effect aside from you gain stamina. Some stuff would have a higher addictive charge amount because if coffee's like 1, then other stuff would get higher amounts, like adding 2 or 3 or 5 at a time. If you do that, you'll be able to system and beat an X plus 10.
At Petriglass _tower sounds like someone should write homebrew.
This is a stackable feature. So one drug can have, 5-10 stacks of this and increase it by 10 at once just from taking a single consumable.
Can we also have a feature that allows no fatigue from not taking a rest? Because I had a concept of basically coffee on steroids, which means you cannot sleep but you don't need to.
So funny enough, okay, forcefully kick. Actually, no, I could see that. I could see a few of these. Anyways, okay, well, I'm gonna do this one real quick, and you guys are giving me ideas. I think you are correct about that, Sky. There was 2 effects that I was considering in my head that I feel like would be kind of cool, but a little bit crazy.
Coffee on steroids is a funny phrase.
But the TLDR is that. Oh yeah, no, we already have homemade. Homemade is affected creatures gain the effects of
Ori,
rest.
did you see my withdrawal idea? At Reichs at 404, but AG1 could have several effects, some dependent on addictive being one of them. Why not?
Okay. Coffee on steroids versus steroids and coffee. Or did you see my withdrawal idea? Maybe I didn't actually. Give me a second. Draw X requires addictive. After 10 over X days without consuming consumable without activity, you gain a point of fatigue. Fatigue gains its way, goes away after X days without consuming consumable with addictive. That's interesting. It also still doesn't target automatons. I wanted to use fatigue really bad, but I don't. If you put a stackable feature that automatons ignore, basically what you create is a free set of RP for automatons. And I know this because of constricting from the core guide. It is just free RP for automatons. It is one stack and it's a shit ton of RP. So I really can't utilize fatigue without a scapegoat or without a counter effect specifically for automatons. But it kind of unweights the balance and makes the feature clunky, like really, really clunky. What is the actual name of the effect? I need to make sure I get the name of this effect correctly. Give me just a second. Just ineffective of automatons. 1 billion gold puts Pinky up to mouth evilly. 1 million gold. I think withdrawal not impacting automatons, but something else hitting them sounds right. It does, but again, I think it makes for a very clunky set of features, in my opinion. It's a tough balance. Let me tell you, Chad, it's a really tough fucking balance. It's one of those ways that I feel like I kind of wrote myself into a wall with that one, but we will. What is the name of you? It is... Yeah, it is unconscious. Okay.
Ori likes corners confirmed. Withdrawal X requires addictive after 10/X days without consuming a consumable without addictive. Lose X stamina per turn, to a minimum stamina of 1. This effect lasts until another addictive consumable is consumed, or you go X days without consuming an addictive consumable.
That would kill you. That would kill you very quickly. Like very quickly. I like where it's going, but stamina loss is extremely lethal in Utopia. Rule says this: if you start with the vehicle for free, as long as you would be able to theoretically craft it, you don't think it's going to have a price? No, that is not what that means. It's the same rule as components. You just can't start with components because they don't have a price. It's not that they cost 0, it's that they are unpriceable, aka you cannot start with them. Prime is blue now. Stamina loss, you're just going to die by trying to run. Yeah. No, if you lose stamina a turn, right? I mean, I guess you could just try to deep breath your way out of it, right? But if you lose more than 6 stamina a turn, aka you can't deep breath your way back to it.
Minimum stamina of 1 doesn't kill though, does it? The intention of this is that you have to take the time to rest. You can't really function as an adventurer while actively going through withdrawal.
And that's kind of part of my fear of it, is that it doesn't really sound fun. You know what I mean? I guess that, like, it makes sense. Like, obviously you put withdrawal on it, and that's fair. But I think that withdrawal doesn't sound like an enjoyable game mechanic. You know what I mean? It sounds like just shutting off your character for a while. And I think that a lot of people would end up putting that feature on there in hopes for making more RP.
Yeah,
and then
anyone's just going to skip 3 days to get over the addiction.
Yeah, it just kind of sounds like not playing for a while.
I feel like not being able to have fatigue in a feature because of balance is a big problem. Like there are many things that should affect how tired you are in a lot of settings.
I mean, don't get me wrong, you can put fatigue in it, and automatons pay the cost, right? They pay the cost of being able to go without fatigue, right? Like, that's their benefit. It's just something to consider. It's specifically with things that are stackable that I want to be careful of, right? When something is stackable, it means that you can put any amount of it on, which means for an automaton, it's infinite free XP, or free RP, you know what I mean? Oh, hi Dino, how's it going? I do think that at least for right now, I'm gonna keep addictive as it is. It kind of simulates its own withdrawal effects in a way. I mean, that's the nature of why you can't rest, right? Like, that's the withdrawal feature, is that you cannot rest. You can't gain the effects of a rest. I know that it doesn't leave a lot of options for what, like, forms of withdrawal that you could go through, but I think that it kind of serves its purpose, in my opinion. Drowsy is now the first way in all of Utopia. In Utopia, you could not do this before. Drowsy is the first way that you can actually force a creature to fall asleep, mechanically. Drowsy states creatures affected by this consumable must make a fortitude test against X, and it costs 5X, or become unconscious. A creature rendered unconscious this way does not wake up until it either completes a rest, gaining only half the benefits upon doing so, or is dealt an amount of damage equal to 30 minus its fortitude score. So, basically, you put a dude to sleep. Exhausting is similar, isn't it? Because reaching 0 stamina. What is exhausting? Yes, exhausting in the same way. It can be very, very powerful. Exhausting is very strong. So this can render a creature unconscious. Unless you have hypercognate, which means you're a Cambion, probably. Consumables absolutely can be liquids, yes. Or a halfling. Yep. So you now can have sleep bombs, which is actually kind of crazy, honestly.
You literally tap the 3 dots and then your name, that's it.
Yeah, so it's 100 RP for a TD20 test to remain conscious. Hello. Which is crazy. What's up, Emmy? How's it going? Putting Drowsy on the Thanksgiving turkey. There is a really interesting
Withdrawal
thing here.
X requires addictive for X days. When consuming a consumable without addictive, take X DHP damage. At Diamond the Dino plushie
I think it's
tripped
possible.
a fan.
Again, I think there are a couple of things that I have with it is that the withdrawal is innately put into addictive. Like, that's what the downside of addictive is its withdrawal consequences. DHP damage, again, I don't think, I mean, I guess, you know, there's the overdose possibility, but I don't think that withdrawal should come without addictive. Like, addictive is nothing without the withdrawal symptoms, right? Like, that's the whole point of addictive. DHP damage kind of doesn't fit the game philosophy that I'm going for. Because when it comes to the way that if you were to take damage from addictive, right, then realistically you're just incentivized to out-heal the damage. With something like this, in my opinion, it's just so annoying that you have two options. You either just sit here and you just push through it, you mull through it and regret your choices, or you just go deeper down the rabbit hole. You know what I mean? If it were DHP damage, I would just get alteration, and I would just heal every time my DHP goes down. That's me personally. And like I said, I do think that the withdrawal consequences should be inside the addictive feature. Otherwise, the addictive feature doesn't do anything other than, like, it doesn't mean anything without its withdrawal symptoms. Drug and addiction mechanics, yes. I did not mean to stay on this for very long, but that is what we are doing right now. There was one more thing. Oh, goodness, that's right. Oh, no, this is it. This is it. Yeah. Sky, this doesn't quite cover what you were referencing, right? So it doesn't quite state exactly what you were trying to do with being able to remove a point of fatigue. However, it does do that effect very expensively by giving you the effects of the rest. You can take a rest and it will remove you of a point of fatigue. Can you have substance resistance? This is very difficult. We're getting into a very tricky territory right now, because to give substance resistance would mean that we need to fight specifically the addiction charge, which is a very, very niche mechanic right now because it's only found in the features of consumables. So creating talents that fight specifically this mechanic are almost moot. Like, it is almost it's basically useless. If you spent talent points on fighting addiction charges, all I'm doing mechanically is incentivizing you to create consumables that have this feature, which is not what the intention is, right? I would love to be able to give resistance like this, but by making it a feature of consumables, it's just not going to happen. It's not going to work that way. In a minute, what am I reading? Additional charge? Addiction charge? Are you adding substance addiction mechanics to Utopia? So, yes. Next question. Yes, substance resistance is called high fortitude, or points of favor from law.
Drunken warrior interacts heavily with addiction charges.
That would be kind of funny, actually. That would be kind of hilarious. Can tolerance be a negative? Like, it makes positive effects cost more of the same consumable? I don't think adding tolerance to this would be beneficial to the game, in my opinion. I think that it would add
I mean, if you did have resistance, it should also decrease the rewards.
Hypothetically, yes, but I think it's going to create more complications than we can really add to a feature of a consumable. I think that this is kind of the big part of what I wanted to do here. I think that's a big part of it. I think that that alone is a lot for consumables. I think that this gives a very large capability for... This gives a lot for consumables to do, even with this alone, in my opinion.
Like tolerance looks at addiction charges and based on that could make you need more of it to gain a benefit.
Tolerance looks at addiction charges and based on that you can... But where would you put tolerance, right? Like, making an entire mechanic specifically based around a single consumable feature doesn't make sense. It's too niche. With it inside consumables, it's just too niche, unfortunately. If you had a way of getting above a 12 functionally on a fortitude score, that's a 10 free RP. No, 100%. And Tricky kind of works the same way, right? Tricky is another freebie. There are definitely features in the Adventurer's Guide and in Utopia Core Guide that are basically free RP as long as you meet a certain requirement. Tricky is an example of this. It's a min-maxer's dream, and I'm aware of that, and that's okay. It could be a min-maxer's dream. That's completely fine. Of course, everyone who's looking to get the most powerful stuff they can get
56
is
and
going
then you
to put,
randomly crit fail oopsies.
Everybody's going to put Tricky on their stuff, right? There's no point not to. If you have a trait that is equal to 10, you put Tricky on your armor. Why don't you? The only downside to this is that your friends can't wear your armor, which is a technical downside, right? If they don't have that trait that you do, if you have 2 stacks of Tricky on strength, so you need 20 strength to wear your armor, fair enough. You kind of earn that by having a strength of 20. You know what I mean? You get access to these additional benefits like 20 more RP. It is absolutely min-maxing. That's okay. It can be min-maxing. You earned it. You earned it for having 20 strength, in my opinion. Your friends aren't going to be able to use it. No one else is going to be able to pick up that hammer. And I bet you one day, somebody's going to be in that moment where if they could have picked up their friend's hammer, they could have saved them. But they won't be able to, because it has Tricky on it. But regardless, I digress. No, I know that some things are just going to be used for min-maxing. It's just curbing infinite, right? We just don't want it to be infinitely min-maxy. We want it to be min-maxable, but not insane in how that happens. In my opinion. That's the way that I see it personally. I love the Tricky radiating combo. It sounds so funny. It kind of does, though. It kind of does. It's a really funny way to do that. All applicable object created within X meters are considered affected by this artifact. Yes, if you radiating Tricky, it only targets, right? Let me read Tricky, make sure I'm correct about this. Upon crafting, choose a trait. The minimum score requirement for that trait is increased by 10. Creatures that do not meet this requirement gain no effect from this artifact. Yep. So you can only target. Basically, you can filter your targets with radiating, which is really interesting. Wild. Okay, chat. There was something I want to show you guys. Let me go ahead and open up Photoshop real quick and also an image. Where'd that file go? There we go. And let me open up this. So a lot of you have probably seen this already. Or at least a handful of you have. But this is, hey, what's up, Fuzzy? How's it going? Welcome in. Drives plus addictive consumables since they cost the same. That I was looking at that. This was the downside that consumables had last time as well.
At
and it was an infinite combo.
You missed us.
Before the stack limit, it was an infinite combination. So yes, precisely. Addictive and drowsy basically make an infinite poison, right? So same thing goes for if you were to say put addictive and destructive, right? You could have it deal damage and be addictive. You know what I mean? You're basically spending 0 RP to make ridiculous poisons. And under current raw, you can just shove this in someone's mouth if you touch them, right? Like you can just put it on them if you want to. You know what I mean? Like there's no test for it. There's no check or anything like that. You just kind of
addictive
shove
damage,
it at them.
Orodont. Have my poison.
No. Have my poison. So you can make infinite poisons this way. Not infinite because there's a stack limit. However, black hats don't believe in stack limits, so you can do a lot. You can do a lot at 0 RP with something like this. You can make a lot of crude, drowsy, addictive stuff, which is crazy. So
at Canturin, no.
What can you do? No, black hats absolutely do not believe in stack limits. Prove me wrong. I think that there needs to be an update to mechanics centered around consumables or items or anything like that. In fact, I'm going to write it in. I'm not going to make a big thing out of it real quick, but I'm just going to maybe something like this. What heading level are you? 3? That works. What is that? What would that be called? Item sharing, I guess. There we go. Something like that, just for a reminder for later. Basically something that makes it so that you can't just put a consumable in somebody else's mouth without their consent and no test and no check and nothing like that, and suddenly they just are addicted to being on fire. As funny as it sounds. I could see an agility contest. I would want the tricky effect to allow other traits instead of just strength. There, it does. It does. Tricky says choose a trait. Tricky says upon crafting, choose a trait. The minimum score requirement for that trait is increased by 10. Tricky is any trait that you choose upon crafting. Like I said, it's a min-maxer stream. Should be its own thing.
At Guy 614 note for later. Not actually added.
I'm gonna be honest. If drugs became its own thing, it would not be in the AG. It would not end up in the AG at all. That's just kind of the nature of that, unfortunately. Goodness, have I told you guys that I fucking hate Adobe? Oh my god, yes, please open 5 of these for me. That's exactly what I was hoping you would do. And log me out as well. That's amazing. That's perfect. God, Adobe, please, for the love of fucking God. Just cool your fucking jets. It doesn't really need drugs specifically. It doesn't. I think that addictive is fine. I don't think I have any problem with addictive, personally. Thank you so much for the crowd. I
Ori,
appreciate
stop
it.
ignoring me. Message above.
The message above this says, Ori, read my message, which I did. Happy to say. Glad I could help you, Forger. Can you make consumables give temporary stat boost plus 3 dex from drinking the potion? Would be cool to mix with addictive. Actually, no, I very much believe in that.
Choke.
I think I very much believe in that. I agree. gonna make me change my fucking password again. I use it on 2 fucking computers like Adobe says I'm allowed to, and it just keeps fucking making me change my password every goddamn time. I don't get it. Kill Adobe, honestly. Fire flaxes? I don't know what that means.
Anyone who likes consumables with additional effects, I have a handful of consumable effects homebrewed from a while ago specifically for poisons and drugs. Just at me if you're going to do that, it should not be able to grant more subtrait points than your level.
Correct.
More than doubling your effective level for subtraits shouldn't be possible, Immo.
No, it would do the same as, I think it's called immense? No, it's called, I forget what it's called. Intensify. It would be the intensify feature, which also states that it cannot push you beyond your maximum. You still observe your own maximums. Okay, yes, I did it successfully. Please let me fucking leave now. Adobe, for fuck's sake. Come on. I swear to God, dude, this is such a stupid fucking program.
Ugh, can my Wi-Fi quit being unruly for 10 minutes? Oh my God.
I don't know. How's it going? I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, I'm actually gonna add intensify now so that I do not forget, but I do believe in intensifying consumables. I think that is a very good idea. I think it'll have to be considered a lingering effect, and I need to actually read up and make sure that I do this correctly, because there's a very specific way that lingering effects work, and I want to hold to it. Positive effects, negative effects, prolonged features is what they're called.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, the Wi-Fi is being naughty. It must be taught a lesson.
There's not really a name for them. So we'll just kind of blanket term them.
Plushie, no kidding.
Yeah. So we'll go like that, and then boom, and then we'll go.
So many more
prolonged features, because this is where immense would have to stay. Oh, you know what Jazzy could be in? No, I think it being an instant feature is completely fine. I don't think I have any problem with it being that way. But let me read the way that. Oh, there was another one. There was another one that I really wanted to add. We'll do that in just a second. We'll put it right here. Let's make sure that we don't forget that. Remote consumables was something that I was thinking about as well. Intensify is what it's called.
Yeah, you can have a consumable that is just an AoE of addiction. Which is frankly very rude.
Yeah, I mean, that's a gas bomb.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, I can share sneak peek of Maravin.
Utopia is just a disguised deck builder. Tell me I'm wrong. Fetch creature get additional +1 to a single specific substrate chosen upon crafting, given it wouldn't increase past its maximum. Yep, that's pretty much how it works. You can also have consumables that blow up, and then everybody in a radius will gain additional subtrade points. There's a lot that you can do. There's a lot that you can do. Oh, you know what? Is there a no hands? Is there something that makes it take less hands? I don't think it has a command. Yeah, consumables do not have the equivalent of command trigger. And this has to be not compatible with, I believe it's unwieldy. Yes. There we go. Okay,
At the Forager
so now
56 it happens once per 24 hours.
Now you can activate
which makes the
artifacts from
charges
afar.
being addictive item agnostic even worse.
You can activate consumables from afar, and
at Diamond the Dino plushie item cards too.
They can make people go to sleep. They can make people get a rest. They can make people addicted. You can
at
radiate
Petriglass
them.
_ tower
they can give you better stat boosts from consumables. There's a lot that you can do here. Another question I'm actually curious about.
Get a rest.
Can they not make you immune for a period of time? Okay, yeah. No, they can. They already can.
You know the hardest part about being a daemon is not introducing your friends to the Awiverse. Because if you do, they will learn that you pay money to some twink so they can make more TTRPGs.
Just don't tell them. No. You get the effects of a rest, yeah.
Hey Ori, who can activate the consumable?
Oh. Actually, I think this is exactly, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is exactly how artifacts are written. A creature may activate this artifact from up to 5x meters away. Creatures possessing the artifact are affected upon activation. Oh, but it requires command trigger. The artifact must be within 1 meter of the user to activate. No, it doesn't actually clarify at all. I'm going to keep
at
it
Rix at 404
unclarified, I guess.
Suedo slumber already exists.
I think that I'm gonna keep it unclarified, unfortunately. I think that technically,
make it require a command word chosen upon crafting.
I was thinking about that. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep it purposely
addictive spells
vague.
WHRM.
So I have a few problems. If I clarify this, then it's going to leave artifacts under that same bad umbrella. I'm going to leave it like this and have it be ruled that they are in fact the same, and the creature who crafted it is the only one capable of activating it. Or have that as an innate rule. This is kind of Mini's Guide to Maximization type thing, but generically, if it has an activation clause, only the creature that crafted it can activate it unless it chooses to pass that information on. Boomy Boomson is going to be so happy that they can make remote explosives. Yeah. I think for right now, I'm going to leave that as kind of a unspoken rule because I need this to match artifacts so that they work under the same clause. You can make addictive spell bombs, if that means anything, which is kind of funny. You can also make addictive healing. You can make addictive a lot of things, can't you? Krebsy. Narrows her eyes to the camera. That's funny. Okay, what I wanted to show you guys was this. So this is what I was working on, and this is a really interesting creature. I'm gonna be honest. So for anyone who doesn't know,
but consumables don't have the command word clause in the remote.
Neither they artifacts have command trigger, but command trigger also does not clarify who can use the command trigger. Just that it has a command trigger, which basically just means that it takes no hands. That's all that command trigger does. Is it just removes the hand requirement
also,
from
what
artifacts.
if you see someone activate it?
Figure out how to ancient magic artifact works through trial and error, like with engineering tests or something, and that's up to the GM. That's why it's unruled, because at the end of the day, the GM is allowed to come up with their reasoning for how it works.
I'll be
Opposite
back.
version of tricky, so it doesn't affect you if you have a high enough trait, so your AoE stuff might affect enemies but not you. That's gonna be kind of tough. I think that is basically a trait that's specifically and only designed for min-maxing. And I do like a filtration mechanic, but I don't think that radiating is important enough to build filtration mechanics for, in my opinion. I'm gonna make drugs to the aging testing team. I love this. I think this is one of the lesser dragons, and this is entering a really interesting philosophy in stat blocks. Why do you think I want it for min-maxing reasons? I didn't. I just said it's a very min-maxy ability. Why? Did you want it, Ty? Surely that says nothing about your playstyle. I would never. So this is going down a really interesting rabbit hole when it comes to game mechanics. I know that this is not going to be super legible, and we're going to go through and we're going to make one of these. In fact, I think we're going to make more Lesser Dragons, to be truth be told with you. When it comes to making a creature, what I'm doing is I'm using a lot of this INT right here, which is stands for interchangeable. Interchangeable is one of the
I think adding multiple specific feats to certain other feats does get really bloated really fast.
Yes, I agree with you, Treg. Thanks so much for the crab rant. So interchangeable is this effect right here. So interchangeable basically allows you to take a number of talents, count the DR for that, give a number of items, and a number of additional features, basically based on how much DR it increased by, right? So let's say I chose 10 DR worth of talents, or 10 levels worth of talents. It would get 10 subtrait points, and it would get 100 silver pieces worth of equipment. And that equipment can either be in the form of actual items that it has equipped, or it can be taking the effects of those items and just integrating it into the creature and just giving it new attacks and new buffs and new whatever, right? So that's how interchangeable works. It's a very, very universal form of creature generation, and we're going to be using the living hell out of it now that we have the Adventurer's Guide, because it's going to be very important to how we function with the Adventurer's Guide. With that in mind, the Basilisk spends a lot of points on being able to craft, which is really interesting. And again, this is something that I wanted to say is kind of making a, it's setting a precedent for what stat blocks do, if that makes sense. So for instance, this one's a little bit more fair. The Basilisk has Black Hat's Hacker, which means that the Basilisk can spend 6 turn actions to turn off one of your items. Whack. It can craft up to rare. This is going to get really interesting, chat. You're going to have to hold with me. It has Deconstructor and Algorithmic, which means that it can break your stuff and turn it into useful components, and it can choose to make engineering tests in place of power and dexterity. It knows Wake Alteration and Array. That's cool. It has Architecture. It can build primitive, basic, and complex structures. So this thing can craft items and buildings as a dragon. The boss can turn off your items, yes. It can also break them. It can also build a crafting station specifically to use Deconstructor to break your shit.
Why is this a Basilisk LMAO?
I will get into that maybe. There's a very specific reason why the Basilisk in specific is capable of crafting. That is to say, probably quite obviously, Utopia's taking some creative liberties with how it treats the lesser dragons, but this is very important. Let me read Black Hat real quick to see if it has the range specification. Does it not say? There we go. It should be touching. There we go. Thank you for catching that. This is a really interesting one. Oh, it has predisposed, so it can actually craft items in 6 seconds. It should be. It did not say that. There's a really interesting thing here. So it has a 1 turn action. So this is an example. This attack is actually an item that it got with interchangeable. It's a 0 meter 1 turn action attack. It's 44 physical plus engineering, which for this thing is terrifying. And it has penetrative and exhausting, and it takes 5 stamina. So this is not actually an item that it is equipped with. This is its claw attack. So its claw attack is basically me designing an item using Utopia's crafting mechanics and basically saying that's what its claws are. So this is a special attack that costs the Basilisk 5 stamina every time it attacks, and it causes you to take 4d4 plus engineering damage, and this thing's engineering is very high, at 1 turn action. Ignores defenses and reduces your stamina that much. The Basilisk is purposely toxic, right? This is what a toxic creature would look like. Now, I'm gonna give you another one, because this is terrifying. This is where it gets really terrifying. there's a lot of ways that a creature can be suboptimal or optimized. Like, frankly, a lot wider ranges than a player can be. So a creature can be given unfair benefits in a lot of different ways. Now, this is something that I decided to do because it spent a lot of its DR on the ability to craft. I'm giving it mechanics that are pretty optimized, because if I didn't, it would be very underpowered for its DR. So, I'm leveraging a very specific mechanic, that is to say that if we take an item, we craft an item, and we say this is its claw attack, this is its breath weapon, right? I just built a booming item, and that's its breath
into
weapon.
The Void 3.
If I have a good one, Emmy. If I were to build this item and say this is its breath weapon, right? Well, that's a weaponless attack. I know I built an item, but it's considered a weaponless attack for this creature. So it has a 3-turn action, 3d8 cone attack. It's a 5-meter cone, and it deals energy damage, right? Pretty harmless up to this point. Well, it has the monk abilities. So anybody who's played a monk in the AG already knows where I'm going with this, but TLDR, if you get hit by this cone weapon and it chooses to take that extra turn action and like 12 stamina, you make a fortitude test against the amount of damage dealt by this 8d10 energy cone. And upon failing, every creature becomes paralyzed for as long as it remains concentrating, which matches what a Basilisk actual skill set is. It petrifies people. Obviously, this is a more temporary version of that, but it also has alteration. So it has other methods of actually petrifying people. But yeah, this is the Basilisk. It is capable of crafting, and I will say that I am very happy with this Basilisk, and this is very much by design. Is there a cost that you gave predisposed, or are you doing some guy with the source code magic asking for future fuckery purposes? So basically, the way that I use specialist talents is for every 10 DR that the interchangeable ability specifically gives, I allow them a specialist talent. Creatures do not observe talent prerequisites. This is again another example of why I say that creatures have a very wide range of optimization, from completely underpowered to completely overpowered.
Hey Dino, what is higher, your strength or agility score? Also, what is the number attached to it?
So because it got 10 or it got way more than 10 DR out of it, but it got at least 10, so I was able to give it at least one specialist talent. I could have given it more, but I gave it predisposed, because it doesn't observe minimum requirements, so it's fine. So you can turn inflict addictive without spending a consumable. What? Without spending a consumable? What would they even be getting addicted to? So I can do some fucked up things with that. Thank you. Of course. That's one thing that I do.
Or one of my condits.
One of the things that I personally very much regret with Utopia is that the creature stat blocks in Utopia are extremely underpowered. Now, I was actively reserved with how I did it, but it made it really difficult for GMs to generate an actual creature that did real combat, right? The Griffin is a DR 75. If you put that thing up against a level 75 character, it will never ever deal damage to it. It will never deal damage. It has like a 44 attack. It's never going to deal damage to a DR 75. It's such a bad, unbalanced stat block. These creatures should be able to mess with players. That's what they do by design, right? But currently in Utopia standards, Griffins are not offensive creatures. They are very piss poor offensively, which is unfortunate. But I digress. Basilisk will not be. Its engineering score, by the way, is 30. It has an engineering score of 30. The one thing I regret about creatures is that they suck. See, this guy gets it. And just for funsies, I would like to convert this into an actual stat block, because I love doing this. I have fallen in love with this silly little program that Voltaic made. I'm so happy with it, and I'm gonna do it again. So we're gonna make an orange page, and we're gonna do /creature, and we're gonna make the Basilisk. Let's go like that. Can we actually reasonably, I mean, reasonable is a strong word for this, apparently. You're not gonna, okay, barely got it. Okay, beautiful. This is an awkward way to do this, but I don't mind. And we're gonna go ahead and make another creature like this, chat. So if there's a creature that you want to see specifically, think it up. But I think we're probably gonna do more lesser dragons unless you guys are trying to convince me otherwise. This is a large primordial, and this is Basilisk. Am I spelling Basilisk correctly? I am. Wild. Basilisk is spelled real funky. Okay. This is a DR 140, and it has no equipment, so it's actually going to give 14,000 experience as expected. Per this, its stats are 135, 185, and 200. Hydra me? Oh my god, I'm so happy you said Hydra. I'm so happy. That is one of the Lesser Dragons, chat. One of the Lesser Dragons is the Hydra, and oh my god, it's gonna be an absolute fuck ass of a creature. Like a rock enemy that has the construction.
You should make a sea creature with a DR of around 250. Totally no reason.
Forager, the creature that you were talking about previously, would still work. It would still absolutely work.
At the Forager 56 fear.
I will say though that it has a block rating of 10. Yes, it does. It's actually not very defensive. Interesting. The Leviathan is not that high of DR. Leviathan is one of the lesser dragons. Travel scores are actually not that high either. This is something that's really interesting to me. I'm really intrigued in these super high level, creatures that have things like they're not very fast for their level. They're really slow, honestly. Its block and dodge rating really isn't that good. Its defenses are solid, don't get me wrong, but it's nothing really all that crazy. I'm very interested in these. Okay, it only has a speed of 9. That's so interesting. I love this. This is a 13, plus 13 to agility, I believe. Yes. This is a 12, and this is a 17. And together that would be that's 29, so 33. It has a plus 33 to strength, which makes sense for a Basilisk, in my opinion. Having some sort of gimmick, like Angry Militia, when they're falling to deal damage, give up fighting you unless you hit them. I mean, that sounds like a fun gimmick, in my opinion. That sounds interesting game design. Make whatever the AG1 testing group is going to fight next. Oh, that's a good point.
Hey, are creature templates available on that
Did you
tool
shots
yet?
and always goes first? I guess we'd have to make one then. Yes, they are. It's not in the drop down, but if you do /creature, then you will be able to make a stat block. In the homebrew editor. I presume that's what you were referencing. Its intellect is ridiculously high due to its plus 26 engineering. It's minus 2 memory, but whatever. It gets a plus 28 to intellect. So basilisks are surprisingly smart. Its resolve is also extremely high. I forgot about this. It has a 22 in resolve, and it gets a plus 3 in will, which means that it gets a total plus 29 to will, which is kind of crazy, actually. Its stats across the board are pretty fucking solid. I say now getting into Portrayal and Stunt, which are a -1 and -2, respectively. Wonderful. We're doing good. So that's +1. And then -1 and -2. Same thing. It gets a +1 display and a +1 charm. It's a thing. It's a thing, at least. And it does drop 1d10. Oh, whoops. Sorry. It's 1d4 dragon scales. We'll just say it like this. And it's a TD70 engineering. And it is 1d10 scales, which is rare material component. It is 1d8. Ooh, what's a refinement component on a dragon, chat? What's a good refinement component? And a power component.
I
was thinking potentially eyes. Flame oil? Oh, interesting. It could be blood. I'm gonna call them blood samples for right now, and wait for a better answer. And I believe it gets 1d6, some kind of power component. Just getting the end of the sheet and going, ooh, what do these guys drop?
Gas bladder.
Ooh, interesting. Gas bladder, something like that. Yeah. Glands. Let me see what the other creatures say. I want an example of a creature that drops refinement and power components, because I know they exist. And I want to know what they drop. Scraps. Those are bad examples. What does the Wraith drop? Oh, ectoplasm and Wraith essence, that's right. Stones and gems. Gems are considered power components. Griffin hide. Griffin feathers is the refinement. And Griffin, yep, glands. Okay. And it does clarify in the book, so I'm going to clarify here as well. The description here, this is a really interesting one. And there's something that I've opted to do. This is a really interesting thing I want to tell you guys about. Produce a flammable oil to breathe fire. I don't know why. No, that makes sense. I mean, this one has a petrifying breath or a paralyzing breath, depending. And it's also static, but I'd imagine that there's some type of gland inside it that would act as a power component. There's a really interesting thing I have opted to do here, and I want to tell you guys about it because I'm interested in your opinion on this. But when it comes to writing creature stat blocks, I think I'm going to try something new. I don't have an example of it on me, unfortunately. But when it comes to something like, for instance, cleave or sprint, instead of writing out what those do and kind of inflating the creature stat block description, I think I'm just going to write the name of the talent. Like, there's going to be a line of core talents. If it has the core talent, I'm just going to write it as the talent. I'm going to write cleave. Because you have these stat blocks that are going to have a lot of abilities, right? They're going to have a lot of features and a lot of abilities, and it really sucks to have to sift through those stat blocks and the absolute word vomit on them. That's a nuisance to me. That is an absolute nuisance, in my opinion. So if it has something like cleave or sprint, it's just gonna say cleave, sprint, like keywords in Magic. And I think that'll be at the bottom. I think that's gonna be probably the way that I go about dealing with those, in my opinion. For AG stat blocks, doing that makes sense. However, while I continue making core guide creatures, I will refrain from doing so. No, that's completely fair. I know, Forager. I know.
Ori, what if you make a PDF of Core Utopia and AG1 with hyperlinks that let you get there?
I don't think that's as easy as that sounds. I'm gonna be honest. I think there's a lot of limitations that would make that extremely difficult. I am going to look at an elemental real quick, because I'm pretty sure that we have something that uses the elemental stat block here. Do I not have an elemental in the core guide, actually? Oh, Jesus Christ. This is going to be a nightmare. Man, I really did not set myself up for success on these bad boys. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I kind of fucked my... Oh, no, we have an elemental. We have an elemental. They're just super beefy boys. Okay, that's fine. Let's start with its attacks. So we have the first... I want to add the claw attack. How is this exactly labeled? It would actually say attack. And is that bold as well? Yes, it is. There is a specific way that this is written, and I want to match it. It's 1 turn action, and it's 0 meters. 0 meters ranged. No, not ranged. Yes, a ranged attack of 0 meters, and then it is 4d4 physical damage. Sorry, 44 plus, let me correct myself, 44 plus 26 in 1 turn action. Yes, the Basilisk will fuck people up. And then I believe that if it has an additional effect, it should say right below this, if I remember correctly. I'm just trying to keep the formatting as consistent as possible. Tell me there's a creature that has this. Please tell me that there's a fucking creature that has this. Do we not have a creature that has this? I don't think there's a creature in the core guide that has this, that has an effect. Okay, there we go. There we go. We have one, and it's literally the Kraken. That's crazy. Ignores. So this also chews through stamina at the same time, because this creature is fucking mean. Make your stat blocks, but those bitches take hours. They do. I really advise grabbing this sheet. This is gonna go up on Patreon for free. This creature generation seed, and we're gonna use it to make another one because, dear God, dude, I fuck with this thing so hard. I really do. We're going to have a. What is a static breath? And this is considered an attack. Static breath is considered an attack. Oh, never mind. We're gonna do that last. Actually, we have one more. We have tail whip, technically, which is also an attack. Which is just a basic 2-turn action attack. 2-turn action. And it is 2 meters. Anyway. And it is, yep, 6d12 physical. And then we have static breath. Which is, oh, interesting. Why are you doing the weird thing? Oh, wow. I was not expecting that. There we go. Actually spaced them out correctly. Static breath will have the... It is, yeah, 3 turn actions. And 5 meters, and this is technically considered ranged. And this is 8d10 energy damage. And there's another creature that has a cone attack, right? Do we not have a creature that deals damage to cone? Really? Goodness me, dude. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed by my creature stat blocks, I'm gonna be honest. Have a good one, Emmy. Isn't it on the website like Patreon? Do you have a link to it? Yes, this is on the website. This is on the website. But I'm gonna have this creature stat block, of course, empty. It's gonna be blank. But I'm gonna have this creature stat block on Patreon, so for people to download, and you'll be able to write your own creatures like I did for this one. That's what I'm reading right now. Okay, this attack affects all creatures in a 90-degree cone, centered on this creature. Extending out to the attack's range. Beautiful. And I think that's the end of its actual attacks. So now we get to do the other things. It doesn't state actively when it's immune to something, right? That's what it just knows, that the dash is yes. Yep, that's what I thought. Cool. So that means that we need to basically put the black hat ability on there. I think what we're going to do is actually put the monk ability on there first. Monk is kind of more important in this instance, I would say, because it is combat focused, so it can actually do that. I'm going to copy this. When this creature makes an attack, it may spend an additional turn action, and in this case I think it is 8 stamina for its 2 variations. Nope, it's 6 stamina. Wild. Dude. If it does, targets must make a fortitude test against the damage dealt. Upon failing, they become dazed for as long as it concentrates. Each creature may spend 1 interrupt action or 1 turn to attempt this test again.
Will the tool let us also add pretty images to the pages? I mean, we would give it the image and it would let us put the image on the page.
That is planned. That is planned. It is not capable of it yet, but it is planned for it to be able to do that. Yes. Creature. Spend stamina to when this creature attempts to cause daze while making a weaponless attack, may spend 6 additional stamina to cause paralysis instead. There is one more clause to that, I think, and I need to check, because paralysis specifically. Beginning of each turn. I don't know how well you guys can see this. You guys probably can't see this super well, can you? If not, I'm going to try to zoom in on this as best I can.
At Reichset 404 you could make petting a mechanic. 1 to 2 pages homebrew mechanic.
Having Adobe issues, interesting. Other than the vote, I was about to make a joke.
Is there a name for creatures with the draconic body? Like how there's humanoids, constructs, etc.
Dragons are primordials. Dragons fit under the same section that elementals do.
Depends on the how you watch it.
So it would be.
I can zoom in on my phone.
Oh, that's actually kind of dope. That's actually really cool that you're able to do that. Honest, awesome. This thing's stat block is going to be thick, and this is the part where I'm going to go deconstructor, algorithmic. We don't have to add reflexive. We will have to add what talents it knows. Items up to rare in all types of structures. And I think other than that, oh yeah, predisposed. It's so funny that has predisposed. I don't know why I think that's so funny, but I do think that's so funny. And there's one more thing. Creature can cast and craft spells using the art of it is array, wake, and alteration. Its spell cap is, what is its spell cap? It is 33. It receives a 15 stamina discount. That is a method of saying that I did not do in previous stat blocks, and it's actually really annoying to figure out what a creature's spell cap is. For creatures in the core guide that do cast spells, it's a fucking nightmare, and I'm so mad about it. Okay. Primordial is quite a large blanket term. It is. I fucking need to fix like 6 blocks. I'm sorry. Should all the text already rasterized? I have to fix it manually. Kill me? No, I hate that so much. Giving more pixels to a particular part of screen. I don't think Twitch will let you. Honestly, I don't think Twitch is that cool. However, I can do this, and hopefully this will help a little bit, and maybe even. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually affect the image very much because the image is kind of in a little bit of a blanket chamber. I think it's gonna be really hard to modify
Twitch
that.
Twitch is actively uncool. NGL.
Twitch actively uncool. This is so unfortunate, but you're so real for that. This Basilisk actually takes up the perfect amount of space on a page. Like, this is the most space that I would want a creature to take up on a page, in my opinion. I love this. This is perfect. Basilisks are amber dragons, is that correct? Hold on, chat. I need to refer back to some draconic lore real quick so I can fix up this flavor text. The reason why I'm working on this right now so actively, I won't make another one of these on stream. I can't imagine it's too interactive. But the reason why I'm working on this right now is because I plan to post this. I would like to post this page right here. But here in a second, we'll get into actually crafting up some. What's it called? Some stat blocks and doing more of the generating rather than more of the rasterizing.
At Sky_Heights, thank you. Ori, I'm excited for dragons. I am scared, however, that I am going to need to update my species.
Okay, this is what I was hoping for. I'm very happy with this. Well, chat, this is a little piece of content I was really excited to make. I'm glad that you guys can come here and make it with me. I'm not going to show off the flavor text too much because I feel like it tells a lot. Of course, you guys can scrub back through the VODs or see this when it's posted. I would like to be posting this on Patreon. But the actual creature generator seat that I was talking about before will, of course, be free on Patreon. This one might be a paid version on Patreon. I'm not 100% positive yet. I'm going to have to do a little bit of look-seeing. But for right now, let's actually get into designing our own creatures, new creatures specifically, and we're going to argue about what a Hydra looks like. Now, just so you guys know, I think that the Lesser Dragons are going to hover around the DR40 mark. Sorry, DR140 mark. Wouldn't that be silly? About 140. I do not want them to breach 150. I do not want them to go over 150 if I can avoid it.
Gotta give the Hydra heat damage. It's canon.
Oh, 100%. Yes, it's absolutely heat damage. No questions asked. Is the testing group going to be fighting a Hydra? Probably not. I mean, you would if you asked for an easy challenge, I think. It's one of the options, I would say. Do pet hydras only have a few heads because they do not fight? I don't think that... I think that a pet hydra is the same as a non-pet hydra. However, if you have a pet hydra, then you're doing something quite different, because I think that domesticating a hydra is, first of all, domesticating a very sentient creature, so it's kind of a... It's a little awkward.
We just fight multiple hydras. Wait, a hydra would be an easy fight?
Yes, hydra would be lower DR than a phoenix. I'm fine with throwing multiple hydras at you. I don't mind at all. How much of an impact do you think killing a lesser dragon would have in general? What do you mean by impact? A healthy hydra should have one head. It's only monsters who cut off their pet heads and make it look cool. We're getting thrown hydras. I think that you guys would dispatch a hydra with ease. Oh, this is my pet Hydra. We're dating. She's a sub. It's complicated. It's funny because that can happen. That's a realistic metric right there, actually. Ask me how Dracolings are made. Don't actually ask me how Dracolings are made. Go ask your parents. It's like an infant Hydra, so it wants up, but it can't speak yet. Do dragons take a lot to age? Yes, dragons take a lot to age, and that's kind of like calling a baby a pet, but I mean... to each their own, I guess. There is a creature ability. So we're actually
Wait,
gonna
you can romance the dragons?
I'm not
sipping my iced coffee, Stallion Tilly.
I'm sipping my iced coffee sluttily. I fucking love that. So there is a feature on creatures that I have been scared to add, but I think that this is This is another kind of statement when it comes to creature generation and kind of the way it's setting a precedent again. But there's some ideas that I have, or you are my parents. Oh, do I have a pet tranquilotl now? Is that how this works? Is this where this conversation is leading?
Plushie, we can
or did I just
romance
make
dragons?
it weird? Trank, did I make it weird?
Peak.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it weird. I probably will again. I think that this is going to set another precedent. I'm going to add classes that do not exist as talents in the core guide. I'm going to add abilities in this that are completely non-representative.
You've had.
And one of the examples for this is very specific to the Hydra. This is an ability that is extremely specific to the Hydra that I have been very interested in.
Oridont, you are unrelated to me. I think that was apparent, but better safe than sorry and state it anyway.
Wonderful. Mwah. For instance, if a creature has a martial class from the Adventurer's Guide, it should not be able to take a martial class from the core guide. Cool. I think that kind of elaborates what it's trying to elaborate. Is this a heading 4? Fuck me. That's unfortunate. I'm going to ignore martial classes for right now because I think that this is going to be innate. This is going to be an innate class, and a creature may have up to one of each innate class. And this innate class that I'm talking about right here is multi-headed. Except it's gonna be a little bit different. I need it to be a little bit more specific than this. So Chad, I actually need your help.
Maybe more
this.
of a mascot. Imagine a whole city with a religion around the Hydra that stuck with them for centuries.
I need something very special for this name. So basically the way that it's gonna work is we're gonna need to increase SHP/DHP/stam increase. It's probably gonna get some sub traits. Item equivalence, but we're basically going to treat this like a giant talent. And what the way that this talent is going to function is this creature has a number of heads, turn actions equal to the number of heads. For every amount of DHP equal to a 10th of its maximum, it loses or regrows a head, respectively. So basically the way that this functions is that for every head that the Hydra has, it gets a turn action. So as you kill the Hydra, it will slowly get worse and worse turn action.
You should do the memory vipers that I wrote a short story about.
Half as many interrupt actions, rounded down. So I think that basically I need a name for this, and I also need a way for this to function on a more granular scale. What? Again, basically the way that this works is it gets a number of turn actions equal to the number of heads that it has, right? So it's gonna say, let's say that it has 100 DHP. That would mean for every, bit weird that it doesn't connect at all to the heads themselves being cut off. It does. So for every 10 DHP it loses a head, or equivocally, it gets a head cut off. It's again, this is going to be an oversimplification, which is going to be very common in the Adventurer's Guide. Ooh, I am like, hello? Oh, my frames. For a second, like, my cam frames were just terrible. Anyways, whenever it loses 10 DHP, it equivocally loses a head. And whenever it loses a head, it loses turn actions. So if you deal, for instance, if this creature had 100 DHP, for every 10 DHP that it is dealt, it loses a head and thus loses a turn action. But that also means that it starts with 10 turn actions and 5 interrupt actions. For every 2 DHP it loses, it obviously has 50 heads, of course.
Oh cool.
Okay, there we go. That means,
Oh, I was
as well,
thinking the opposite. Where it starts with 1 head but gains more over time.
No, so I'm currently putting that it has a head per 20 DHP. So let's say it has 200 DHP. That would mean that it has 10
Ori,
heads.
I found a secret boss, I'm scared.
Does it mean that they can regrow heads? Yes, absolutely it does. This is, again, a simplification, but it also needs to be an ability that any creature can have, right? So this is an ability that should be usable by GMs to generate creatures, and this is just an example ability. I think this also might be an ability that basically allows a creature to regenerate DHP. This creature very well may regenerate DHP over time, because I think that makes a lot of sense. I also need to know that if this was a talent, how much would this be talent worth? And I think the minimum is a metric fuck ton. This is a crazy fucking ability. This is so powerful. But yeah, taking DHP regen for a boss's cry, it's wild. It's wild. DHP regeneration is a tough thing to deal with. It is also a very powerful ability. But I think that a Hydra would have it realistically. I think that Hydras are naturally going to be high sustain regenerative, high action economy, but they don't really have any like bells or whistles, right? Like they don't have any CC effects. They just do a shit ton of damage and take a shit ton of actions. Hydras are red, aren't they? Hydras totally are red. DHP regen is available with interchangeable anyways. Yes, but not passive DHP regen. What? Oh yeah, I forgot Hydra's no evocation. Oh man, these things are gonna be fucking madmen. Oh Jesus Christ. I think that this is going to be a what? Yeah. I think that this is going to be a 15 DR. I don't know. It's kind of awkward. Am I gonna throw the bird pushers at a Hydra? What do you think, Sky? Oh, wow. 12 DR might make sense. I feel like it's a very small amount. I mean, it's only a single ability, and this scales really differently depending on what kind of creature it is. So the stronger the creature is, the more powerful this ability is. It's really hard to gauge what DR this should be. But you can't really gauge the DR based on the DR because this ability is too early on to know that, if that makes sense. So it can't interact with its own DR. You know what we could do is do plus, like... No, because... Okay, this is really awkward. Because if this creature only has 100 DHP, this is actually an extreme deficit. This is a really bad thing. So I think I'm going to go ahead and make it plus 8 DR. Bah, humbug.
Be a percentage of its health.
What's that? Because so one of two things has to happen, right? Because so Rain is asking why I don't make it a percentage of its DHP, which is how I wrote it originally. The reason why I don't is because one of two things have to be constant, and this is again a creature body that works for any creature, right? This is a part of the Adventurer's Guide creature generation. If I give you a percentage of DHP, then I have to already choose the number of heads it has. If I say 10, then the creature always has 10 heads if you take this talent. But instead, what I'd like to do is allow you to scale the number of heads based on the amount of DHP it has.
But it still forces it so that, like, the bigger it is, the more heads it has.
Correct. But you can actively modify how much DHP it has in creature generation by just lowering it or raising its SHP. You have a lot more granularity when it comes to that. And again, if this creature has less than 120 DHP, this is purely a deficit. It is not good, other than getting a few extra interrupt. Nope, you wouldn't even get extra interrupt actions, actually. No, this actually is kind of a really bad talent unless they're extremely powerful, realistically. I don't know if +8 even makes sense, but I do know that its DHP is just going to increase by 40 from this alone. Oh, maybe it should be that. Maybe it should be a high enough DR to just increase its DHP enough to make the talent usable. Yes, it is. It's extremely high. It would have to be, I think, 20 DR to reach the 100 DHP. Yeah, it would be plus 20 DR if that was the case. No, we can just do plus 40 DHP. Plus 40 DHP is fine. It gives it 2 heads on its own from this ability alone. And its DHP increases by 40.
Oridont, you stated that should the testing group fight a Hydra, it would be because we chose an easy fight?
If you were to fight only a Hydra, that should be an easy fight, assuming that I do my job correctly. Yes, DPL does not stack because it is an active feature, right? You have to spend turn actions to do that, whereas regenerative is a passive ability. So you can stack regenerative. Yes. You can get a DR12 snake or something, but raise it into a Hydra. Yeah. Yeah, let it be terrible, I agree. Yes, Nebula, we're designing Hydra abilities. We also need to... I'm going to call it Hydra-headed for right now because it is very accustomed to the Hydra abilities specifically. How do you feel about Hydra being the easy fight? Yeah, no kidding. Just wait until there's like 8 Hydras. That'll be fun. I think that'll be fun, chat. I personally think that'll be fun. Let's go. Hydra abilities. Yeah, yeah. What subtraits would it increase for being Hydra-headed? Awareness. Probably awareness. I feel like awareness just goes up by 8, right? Right? Like, am I wrong about that? Means that we're done. Time never needs to go up. Cannot buff self-repair either through stacking mechanical medic on the other hand. Interesting. And for item equivalents, I think it's probably just gonna get like, it gets what, 64 silver pieces? It could get like a bad common item. So what, we can like increase its block rating or something. I think we should just do something very basic with it. Maybe just add some, yeah, actually, let's just go ahead and add some defenses. What's 64 divided by 4? 16, we can give it 16 defenses. Where would that go? That would go right here, I believe. Oh, it goes before subtraits, that's wild. Yeah, we can add 16 defense. And energy defense each increase by 8. That works. Oh wait, should we increase its psyche defense? Would it make more sense to increase its psyche defense? Chat, do we think that more heads is more psyche defense, or do you think more heads is less psyche defense? I do not hate you. The base difficulty, even at the easy level, will continue to rise until we face a total loss. Logically, who we work for would ring us for our worth and try to push the limit of our abilities. Yes. More heads is more defense. Less individual, more total. Okay. $16 more psyche defense, just outright. Hydra headed. Boom. More heads, less surely. Interesting. We got some mixed signals, but I think that more was the ending answer by the end of that. Okay, Hydra headed is now an ability. I will be right back, chat. I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom real quick. Oh my god, I'm talking so quiet. This is weird. Rain, am I okay? Yeah, no, I'm doing. I was just doing soft speed the whole time.
I think.
2-point-something thousand behind rain. Wild. How quickly I got the idea of less individuality, more total for psyche defense with multi-heads. Interesting. 15 DR for times 32 healing from items. Interesting. Okay, I think that was the big one. I think that we're going to have another innate class. Probably. I feel like this is an innate class because we don't want to chew up a healing class from this alone. So yeah, I think we're going to do... What's a name for like deep regeneration, like being able to grow back limbs, you know what I mean, like an extreme healing factor? We'll call it healing factor. This is going to be extremely powerful because at the end of the day what it's going to say is this creature, beginning of each turn, this creature regains 40 HP. It's fucked up, dude. That's so powerful. Jesus Christ. Arc usage isn't even about healing. You can't self-repair deep heal. Could call it hypermetabolic. That's fair, actually. That's actually pretty fair. I feel like healing factor kind of like gets the point across a little bit. You know what I mean? Like you kind of get an idea for what that is. I feel like that this is not a very strong healing factor for what it is. I think I'm going to say 1d6 because it's kind of like 6 turn actions. You heal up to 1 a second, but as low as 1 per 6 seconds. Okay, how much DR is that worth? If there was a talent that did this, how many talent points would it cost, chat? And please...
Healing factor does get the point across. I just like big schmancy names.
No, I do too. Rare. The data cube battle tactics. So with the allies that chat, just roll the d6, see what the enemy defended. Perfectly defend every single location except for one. That's amazing. I love that. Like 6 minimum. Oh, you know what? This could be a kit. No, hold on a second. Hold on a second. This is a kit. Oh, this is so gross. I didn't even realize this. This is disgusting. Oh my dear God. There's no specific convention for kits, right? Like they don't have like martial class or anything like that. No, okay. So, whoop. 1 additional DHP. This kid is fucked up. This is disgusting, dude. This is ridiculous and disgusting. People with 128 healing is 3 plus 7 times 3 equals 24 DR. Deep heal with times 128 healing. Could you explain that to me? What's up, Frost? I apologize for the complete all redeems. How unfortunate is that? Only 13 though, it's not too bad. 24 DR? I think this is really interesting because then you can stack it up over and over and
Practical
over again.
usage 7 stacks.
7 stacks practical usage. I see. Thank you so much for the ominous lurking. I appreciate it. I think like 2 DR is fair for that, considering it is 1 health. Yeah, but it's a passive health. I think that 4 is like the lowest I would go, because let me say real quick that I mean, just for consideration, right? If this thing has 5 stacks, but maybe it could be less. Maybe it could be less. I don't know, dude. I'm a little sketched out to do less. Because like, for instance, if you take 5 stacks of this is gaining 5 DHP at the beginning of every turn, right? Every turn. So you need to deal, if you have 10 creatures in initiative, you know, it's healing 50 DHP by the time the round ends. Now, of course, you guys do a lot of dynamic initiative, which makes this a lot easier on you guys because it's not healing very often. You know what I mean? But that's just a lot of DHP, I guess, that's getting healed. I think 4 seems fair. I think I'd actually almost argue 3. The problem is that I would never, ever give this to a player for 3 DR. I don't think. I mean, it's more so, I think 5 stack works. Like 5 at the lowest, 8 at the highest. Interesting. What's that? Oh, I would never give this to a player, period. DHP healing is purposely difficult. But if I were to give this to a creature, I think I would charge 4. If I were to give this to a player, assuming that this is some type of campaign where natural healing would be a part of capability, I think I'd charge 4 for it. It's not allowed for the player base because it's so insanely powerful. It's because it's only because it's against philosophy, right? It's a part of Utopia's philosophy that DHP should be very hard to come by nature. You know what I mean? It should not be something that's super easy to get a shit ton of. It's that way on purpose. What? And I think at that point, like, you would just give 20 DHP, right? DHP increases by 20. I would say probably Fortitude increases by 4, right? Big XP. Yes, Oxide can in fact get a lot of DHP. You are correct. If you have healing factor, then you're just increasing your Fortitude, right? Like, tell me I'm wrong. And what do they get? They get something basic. Healing factor. Yeah, I feel like you get like a block rating out of that. Chat, give me a crude item effect that you can stack a bunch of times, like a block rating, or should it be like 4 defense? What do you get from healing factor that stacks with it? Maybe a +1 to every defense except psyche. I think that's fair. No, I'm actually really content with that personally. Each defense other than psyche increases by 1. Perfect. This is actually really cool because basically what we just did here is we just made a Hydra with just these 2 abilities, right? Like it's Hydra headed and then stack healing factor until it has enough DHP to be a Hydra.
How does practical usage stack? Does it X2 healing shop and DHP for 3 innate stacks, or am I reading it wrong?
I don't know if practical usage would stack. I don't think it would. Practical usage does not innately stack, I don't think. Nope. It would not stack because it says instead. So it would do double instead, and then it would do double instead of the original. So unfortunately, it does not. Oh, congratulations on the winning the 100. Let's go. Okay, I think we have something good here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually jump over to this. Finally, we get to do this chat, and we're going to scribe in what we have here. We have the Draconic body. Where's my pencil? Lines go up. Okay. Which I think starts it at like 50 DR, and it really shouldn't, but it does. Hydra headed, which it only gets one of. It's going to take healing factor. It's going to take some amount of those. We don't know how many yet. And I'm going to go ahead and add an interchangeable on this. And I think we go ahead and we're going to need to figure out what exactly it takes from interchangeable. And I have a little bit of a pattern that's going to give away a few things, but you guys will probably figure it out pretty quickly. But TLDR, I only wanted to take combat talents or combat specific or red. So like maybe zealot talents, for instance. Oh, that would be so funny, actually. It could take the zealot, doesn't die at 0 DHP thing, and then it heals DHP. Chat, that's so fucked up. Wait, chat, hold on. Would that be a little bit too fucked up? You have to annihilate a Hydra, otherwise it'll regrow all of its heads back. I feel like that's like the one of my favorite things about the dragons so far is that they all require such insanely specialized knowledge. It would have 0 actions, correct, but it would passively regain DHP because that's what healing factor does. It will have no actions, you are correct. It will have no actions. However, it can still technically focus, and it will slowly regain DHP. And if you are a creature, if you are fighting a Hydra and you walk away from it, it'll just stand back up at some point. Which I find extremely interesting. Well, I guess that's another question, though, is does it out-heal? It does. It'll out-heal the stamina cost from Zealot. Because Zealot costs 3 per turn, and it's regaining, assumingly, 5 or 6 per turn or something like that. Keep in mind that this is an easy fight. It just keeps getting worse, yes. If it loses focus, though, it wouldn't. I mean, yes, if it loses focus, but, I mean, chances are it probably wouldn't, I'd assume. Draconic is 50. Hydra-headed is 8. Healing factor is some amount that we don't know yet. So we have roughly 80 DR to work with, so we could put healing factor on it.
My request for the Hydra is to give that bitch some flurry.
5 stacks of healing factor on it. I think 5 stacks would work. Which would be a DR of 20. So we're at 78. Yeah, we have about 60 DR to work with. I don't think we need to give it that many combat talents, actually. I'm gonna give it 6 just for funsies. I have to write this sideways and I don't like it. At least it gives us a little bit more room to work with. But we also do need to use this to give it array wake and evocation. That's right. No, absolutely. No, you could literally just go up and murk it. It has no actions. It can't respond to you. It's about not knowing. If you don't know how a Hydra functions, it will survive. Although I am starting to kind of consider that I feel like a Zealot ability on a Hydra is going to be not that good because it's going to pay the stamina cost at the end of it. It's going to lose all its heads again. The Zealot ability that makes it so you don't die, you have to be raging for that to be the effect. And once you finish raging, you pay the stamina cost for it. And then it'll go back up past 0 DHP, and then pay the cost again and die. Oh, only if it's out of stamina.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm dumb. No, you're right. That's fair. That's completely fair. Counterpoint, Cambion Specialist. It just gets the Cambion Specialist talent. That's so funny. No, I think it would get the can't die from the Zealotry because mostly because of funny lol, honestly. Is there any combat talents that we feel like it absolutely earns?
Meow.
Thank you for the meow. Opportunity is actually really interesting. Probably cleave. Does it get cleave? I feel like it gets cleave. Flurry makes a lot of sense because it goes.
Because it also gets to get a whole shit.
Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, it has the ability to make so many. Okay, I have bad news. This thing's gonna have fucking frenzy. Oh my god, this is gonna be so fucking bad, dude. And that's only 3 DR, dude. That's only 3 fucking DR. It has flurry. Fucking kill me. Okay. How much we have? We have like fucking like 50 DR to work with. This is gonna be ridiculous. Yeah, we have
Give a
literally
Hydra
50 DR.
Phazong. What do we get?
Give a Hydra face song. You get death and destruction, I think. So it knows array. Wake and evocation. And that all together costs 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. I think that's 10. Wake costs 5. Yeah, wake costs 5. So that costs 10. Cleave is 2. And we're gonna give it frenzy. I'm gonna put the AG stuff up. So we're gonna put frenzy right here. We're at 15 right now. We're gonna go grab some of those zealot talents. Is it only gonna get the last one, I wonder? Are we only gonna do the last one? Do we just do Undying? I mean, we could have it. Oh, it has to take Enraged. It has to take Enraged in order for it to even function to get Undying. So the question is, does it get Defiant? Does the Hydra have Defiant? I don't think it needs it. I think it's cool and all, but I don't think it's necessary. Okay, no, hear me out, chat. Here's a question for you. Does the Hydra have the ability to do executions from the Gladiator tree? Because this is a creature designed to kill people at this point. It would be a really funny ability, in my opinion. It would have the ability to execute. I'll go read that out here in just a second, but it's going to take Enrage and Undying. For a total of 8. Or the other creature weren't made to kill. Let me read Gladiator real quick, and I'm going to tell you what I mean by this. Gladiator's mean,
How
dude.
many disciplines does this thing have?
As many as it wants. Executioner. When you make an attack against a creature, you may spend 16 stamina to attempt an execution for each creature targeted. If it double the attack's damage would reduce the creature's DHP to 0, its DHP is reduced to 0 instead. Otherwise, it deals half damage. Do we want to give this creature like a coup de grace the sequel? Essentially. Okay, I think it takes adrenaline. Basically, it gets buffs for killing people. This thing has some disgusting fucking turn action economy. Regaining stamina equal to its maximum DHP would also be disgusting, especially to fuel its rage. Also, once again, I'd like to ask you to get the Hydra Flurry high tiers if there's space, and also Survivor. Also, I would once again like to ask that you give the Hydra some Flurry high tiers and Survivor. Survivor makes sense. No, Survivor makes a lot of sense. I think that it should not be able to be surprised if it's at full SHP. Adrenaline, Bloodlust, and Executioner. I think it takes Adrenaline, Bloodlust, and Executioner, frankly. Or 12. And we said Survivor, yes. Let's look at the high tier flurry. See what we got there. What we have in high tier flurry. It probably takes an impact as well. It might. Oh, there's a lot that it can take. High tier flurry, serpent shaman. Take the attack action with a weapon directly after taking the attack action. 6 stamina. If you do, gain additional damage die of your choice. That's not bad. Ooh, active repose might not be a bad idea. Regaining stamina for attacking a shit ton of times. This creature's gonna be mean. This creature is going to be a combat machine. Attack action 6 times in a turn. Spend an amount of stamina equal to 10 times the number of times you use this feature plus 1. You make take the attack action with a 1 turn action attack without spending turn actions.
No more Mr. Nice Ori.
It gets 1 turn action attacks for free. That's crazy. This thing is going to be attacking like 12 times a turn. Because it can take the attack action 6 times in a turn with a 2 turn action attack. So it can attack with a 2 turn action and then get some 1 turn action freebies. This thing also has 5 interrupts. I do want to say that. This thing is fucking disgusting, dude. Oh my god. We're building a Hydra right now, Ashton, and it is really mean. This thing is taking probably at least 2 stacks of win rhythm. I think we might actually be almost out. Eight. So how much we have here? We have 20, 35 plus 8, so 43. Yeah, we have 7 talent points to work with. Let's see if there's anything else from the AG or in general that we want. I don't think we need to give it grapple favoring or anything like that. I think we're okay without. What do we have in redemption? Do we have anything in impact that we would want? Should the Hydra ignore immunities? I think it'd be pretty funny if this fucker could ignore immunities. Like, let's be really honest with ourselves. That would be fucking hilarious. And somebody earned it. Should I make anyone read it? I'm intrigued, Ashton. I'm very intrigued. High stakes would also be good. Charge power would be bad. I think we give it smite. I honestly think we give it smite. TBH. Might be a bit strong. Players can get it for 3 levels. Players can get that for 3 levels. I think it gets smite. I absolutely think it gets smite. It doesn't innately ignore immunities. It does have to actively put an effort to ignore immunities, but it does have the option.
Oh wait, if you give it active repose, give it those study of Zephyr talents that reward Mega Cannon Omega spells.
It cannot take study of magic, unfortunately. It cannot take anything from the school of magic. This is a completely arbitrary term, but it cannot. Yeah, we can just give it a little bit extra block or dodge, honestly. I think that's fine. I think we just give it some block and dodge with
I forgot what this thing is, you right.
Okay, how much do we have here? That's 11, 19, 29, 31, 34, 44, 46, 50. 50 on the dot. I'm so happy right now. I'm so fucking happy right now. That's delicious. Okay, perfect. What else do we have here? We have healing factor. Yes. This is regain 6 HP each turn. This thing is going to have a lot of text. This is going to have a lot of text, frankly. You know what else we have to give it? His fucking items. Item equivalents up to 2,500, I think that is. I'm pretty sure, yeah. It says 2,500 silver pieces worth. I think that's 1 legendary or 3 rares. Pretty close to. Yeah, we have 6 DHP each turn. DHP divided by 20 is Hydra headed. And then Draconic has its own slew of shit that it gets. It's gonna have a handful of things here. It is immune to heat. It's gonna have a 2 TA 6012. And it's also gonna have the 3 TA, 10 stam, 4d10 heat. Cool. This is 5 meters. Okay. And I think that's about all the actions and passive features that it gets from Draconic. So I think that's about the lot of it. The last thing that we'll have to do is, once we get around to it, I'm not going to do it right now because I'd rather see what this creature has and decide accordingly. But we have basically 2,500 silver pieces to work with for giving it an integrated item, or an item that's basically integrated into its body. What does Caravan do anyways? Basically what Caravan does is it allows you to go use our canonical TIE Sentinels to go attack other streamers, and if you succeed based on your TIE power, which is basically a generic stream score, like all of stream has 1 TIE power. If you lose, we lose all of our TIE power. If you succeed, we get some extra TIE power. And whenever you go on a Caravan, everybody currently in chat gets experience. And by decent chunks at a time. Canonical is a bit much right now? No, I don't think so. I think I used that term correctly. Pretty sure. Who knows? Who knows, though? Okay, so Draconic is going to give it 40 SHP. 45 DHP. This is ridiculously low. Draconic should be offering way more SHP, DHP, and stamina. I don't know why it doesn't, but this is just how it works now, I guess. It's going to give 19 physical
Ori
defense.
doesn't know what canon is. According to them, everything is canon.
That was really funny, actually. And 9 in everything else, which is actually going to move into 12 of everything else because it doesn't need this. It is immune to that. We also could have done that with the Basilisk, and we didn't, and I think I'm okay with that. I'm gonna be so frank with you. I don't mind that we didn't, because I think that the Basilisk has a lot of very powerful abilities already that I'm content with. 6 power, 6 fortitude. It's going to be 6 resolve, 3 portrayal, 3 appeal, and I believe it's 2 and everything else. Yes. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. And it is 4 and 4 block and dodge. Boom. Boom. Beautiful. The humble impact gladiator. The humble impact gladiator, they say. That's so funny. I fucking love that. Hydra headed is going to increase its fortitude by an absolutely fucking ungodly amount, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, Hydra headed is awareness. Oh my god, it's gonna be so fucking aware. And I'm absolutely just going to not do that. I'm gonna be so honest. I don't think we're gonna have like a 26 bajillion awareness creature. I think chances are we're actually just going to do we're just gonna move some of that into power. Not all of it, not even necessarily a ton of it, but just some amount of it to make it actually useful. It doesn't need that much awareness. This is what I call
can the Hydra
cheating.
survive my nicotine addiction bomb?
Nicotine addiction bomb is so fucking funny, dude.
Well, folks of the testing group, I think we are going to die next time we are forced to play.
You guys will be fine. I don't know what you're talking about. It gets an additional 40 DHP from this. I don't think it gets any block or dodge, correct?
At Sky_Heights,
No,
the
it gets
friend-shaped
16
strategy
psych
from
defense.
study of ballad.
And 8 awareness. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it do 4 awareness and 4 power instead, because I'm allowed to. 16 psyche defense. Good luck, psyche casters. And what did I say? I said 4 power and 4 awareness instead. No, maybe this actually will just give it 8 awareness, honestly. I think it kind of earned it. I think we'll split up the fortitude, because I'm pretty sure this is going to give 24 fortitude, and it does not need that. It's the contrary to popular belief, I know. But I don't think it does. DHP is going to increase by 120 from this. It's going to get 6 in every defense other than Psyche. Fortitude increases by 4, so yeah, it's going to get 24 fortitude. That is correct. So I think what's going to actually get is it's going to get 12 fortitude and 12 power. Actually, no, I'm going to do 8, 4, 12. Extra cheating, and I'll even write it in the wrong box. Loop. It's going to get 120.
You usually
DHP
drop
please.
first if anything.
120 DHP from this. It did not get any block rating or anything like that. Nope. So it's going to get 6, 6, 6, and it would get 6 here. So I think what it's actually going to do is just get 8, 8, and 8. 8, 8, 8, because it has no use for energy defense. So we're going to do that. We got its subtraits, and I think that's about all of what this does for us. And what is it currently at? It is currently at 205 DHP. You're free. Welcome back. Wow. In fact, what I think I'm going to do is, just to even it out, we're going to swap these two.
Coriander will be fine in the front line by themselves, right? Right?
Surely. And this interchangeable is giving 50 DHP, if I remember correctly. Let's double check that math one more time. 3, 11, 19, 29, 31, 34, 44, 46, 50. Yeah, it is in fact 50 for interchangeable. And I think we're going to put all of that split between stamina and SHP. I'm going to be honest. It doesn't need more DHP. It's right at the point where I would want it to be at. It has 10 heads and it should have 10 heads.
At Sky_Heights it takes a level, I think.
And this would be 250 total, so that'd be 125 here and 125 here. Beautiful. That's perfect. It's gonna get 2 block rating out of this. This thing has like no block and dodge. That's crazy, actually. Might give it a few stacks of tank. Maybe like a stack of tank. Just a little bit extra block, because it
Does
really...
the chop shop take a
maybe
level
not.
to
No, you know
respect?
what? It's
Or
kinda
was
glass
it only
cannon-y.
in case of death?
I don't mind it being a little glass cannon-y. I'm not actually not too perturbed by that. Oh my god, I forgot we get 50 subtrade points to move around. I thought this thing was kind of lacking a little bit. That makes sense now. What do we even put it in? Oh, it does need a shit ton of resolve, doesn't it? Let's put 10 into resolve, because it knows evocation. And it is going to have in tune. So let's go ahead and put like 4 more into awareness. Portrayal, I think we can actually spend points on. We're at 18 so far.
It needs power.
We're at 40. 45, 50. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Its power is going to be absolutely ridiculously disgusting. Hi, Munchie. Oh my god.
Oridont,
this thing's
for the
a
testing group,
fucking
does the
menace.
chop shop take a level to respect the character, or was that only on case of death?
That was only on case of death. You are correct. I think I'm going to give it 1 stack of tank. 1 singular stack of tank, because I believe this thing is a DR. Yeah, it's a DR 132. We're going to make it a 136. It is below 140, which is right where I want it to be. So we're going to do tank. I'm going to write this sideways. I don't like it. There we go. Boom. Jengus. It's going to add 4 DR. It's actually, instead of increasing its GHP, it's going to increase its stamina by 10. Its block rating will go up by 1. It'll get 1 block rating out of this. That's so cute. Power will increase by 1 and fortitude will increase by 3. I think we're just gonna give it 4 fortitude. I don't think it needs more. I'm gonna, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna give it 4 fucking dexterity. It needs dexterity from something. Physical and energy each increase by 3 and each other by 1. Huh? You think they should be faster than 12? Yeah. I think they're fast. I don't think they're that fast.
Does Ariasbeasing include gear as well, or is it purely stats?
What's that? Does it include gear as well? No, you would be able to keep your gear, hypothetically. I just realized they also have no stacks of mages. Oh, can they respect their gear? You can sell your gear, but selling your gear would only net you half the value. And this is actually perfect again, where we get 2, 2, 2. Its defenses are insanely fucking high, and its block rating is ass, but it does get a shit ton of interrupt actions. So, oh, you know what this thing really wants but doesn't have is fucking Warmonger. It would love to. Nope.
It should.
It really should. Warmonger costs 8. It allows you to attack with interrupt actions. It makes a lot of sense for a Hydra, frankly, and this thing's gonna land at exactly 140 again, which I did not mean to. We're gonna erase all this tank shenanigans. We're going to get rid of all of this. This is gonna go up to 50.
So everyone has free access to liquidation?
Yes, you can sell your stuff for half the value, which means we need to give it another 20 and 20, so it's actually 145. No defenses or anything like that. We do get to give it 8 more points. I think we're gonna do 4 into here, and I guess like you said 1 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4.
I have a lot of plans to change now.
And of course we're gonna give it Warmonger. Wonderful. It does also need to take in tune. It does not get a single spell discount, which is really funny. I think this will possibly
once
be the
this
only
is done, can you send me a copy of the creature sheet? I want to write a short story of a group fighting this thing.
Sure. Maybe. I can send you this thing, potentially. Warmonger, which is 8. And then of course it also has in tune. Beautiful. Wonderfully done. TLDR, when you're fighting a Hydra, I guess the best thing that you can do is use poison. Poison gets dispatches this thing a lot faster. It also has more money now. So it's actually going to have... I'm going to write this sideways because I could not be bothered to rotate the canvas again. But it's going to have 3364. Which means that it can afford a lot more now, which is absolutely crazy. But now basically what we have to do is design its items and what its items do. And what I personally think is it does have the 4d10 heat damage thingy. I don't mind that. I think that it should have a 1-turn action bite attack realistically. And I think it should also have a fireball attack, like a little fireball, which I think should also be 1-turn action. It seems to focus very heavily on frenzy, so I think that 1-turn action attacks are kind of going to be its bread and butter. So I think it's going to have a physical 1 TA, and I think it's going to have a heat 1 TA. That's my opinion on it. I think that would be good. Probably worth doing anything to split the spec and do both. 1 TA for sure. Yeah, it's going to have a ranged heat 1 TA and a physical 1 TA melee, I think, is where I would go with that. This thing is realistically just looking to do 1-turn action damage. I think that it'll probably have a penetrative physical close range and just a generic fireball, essentially long range. And then this is all on top of it just having evocation. This creature's funny, dude. This creature's so funny. I love this. But you know what? We can do all of that after mental health break. How about that, chat? I think it's about mental health break time. We can do some item calculations later after that, and we'll come back to that one. Chat, this is mental health break. Make sure to go grab a drink, go grab a snack, go do your homework, go brush your teeth, whatever you have to do to be healthy. We're going to be in the just chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes, and I think for that time, we'll play another video. We can finally finish the Noida video if you guys want, or if you guys just want to sit in an empty room and have a chair stream, I'll leave it up to you guys, whichever one you want. Oh, Dino, you've gotten the soft speak. That's crazy. I beat you to it. Oh, let us break the mental health. You're doing your homework and you're at stream. I'm so proud of you, Sky. That makes me really happy. Chat, do we want to? Oh my god, you guys hit 10 million on the orange votes. That's so fucking hilarious. Chat, do we want to watch the rest of the Noida video, or do you guys want to share stream? I have no idea, Forager. I have no idea. That's why we have a testing group, because I have no idea. Noida video, silence. I'm not enjoying the homework. It's math. Glad you were proud of me. I am very proud of you. Give Vibio, Noida me. Okay, it looks like we're Noidaing, chat. Noida because Rick said no is so funny. God, I love this. We were at about here, I think. Doesn't have the mana to even
at Diamond the Dino plushie orange activated.
Mana charge chat is huge on this, so I think this is have some Noida video. I appreciate you guys. I will be right back. Enjoy your mental health. The recharge time is fine. What am I saying? Okay, so it is recharging mana fast enough. So could we do something like maybe this? I mean, honestly, it's not
at Sky _ Heights. Okay, give me 2 builds, both a DPS of some kind.
Which is crazy, honestly. What happens if we heavy spread on top of that? Oh, it chews through mana so fast. Holy shit. Okay, so we don't do that, but it does have a trigger. And it does recharge fast enough to just auto fire. Unfortunate that it's auto horizontal, but by God, I think I take that, honestly. I feel like using my intuition in this game is going to be kind of important. God, why? What exploded? Explain to me what ignited there. I don't understand. That snowman scares me and I don't like it. What hurt me? What was hurting me? Sometimes, you know, I feel like part of the experience of getting noided, quote unquote, is just getting hurt by something and not realizing what's killing you. It's quite wonderful, I must say. Let's get that out of the way right now. This game definitely feels like a lot of a very strong mixture of skill and knowledge and understanding and common sense. See, the problem, chat, is that I have none of those things. So what am I supposed to do? What is silly little me supposed to do about that? Ow. No, not that thing. God, I hate that thing. I'm so done with those fucking turrets. I do not think I deal with those turrets at all. I don't think we play. They don't really play ball. I don't want to play ball. They just play mean angry.
Grins asterisk.
That's the one thing I'm learning, is that nothing has infinite range. Nothing, I mean, it doesn't always feel so fair, but nothing is really unfair in this game that I've seen so far. Everything is very meticulous with how it goes about doing stuff. And sometimes you just have to respect how it does stuff. Like, the fact that everything seems to have its own, like, each projectile has its own way of interacting with water, which I find actually wonderful. Oh, triple spell is crazy! Critical on burning. I don't want to lose my mining one, and I don't want to lose my teleport one. My teleport one is just kind of dog shit. I guess we lose teleport. Why am I...
Rip Ori.
No. There's no way you... Of all the ways to go out, chat. Of all the ways to go out. But I guess that's Noida in a nutshell. Learning the hard way, huh? Drank too many water. Yes. Precisely.
That is
felt
funny.
Like the most solid run. It was not the furthest run, but it by far felt like the most solid run. Okay. What do we got on us now? Unstable crystals kind of sucks. I will be getting rid of this one probably rather quickly. I usually end up putting the first spell on the second wand of the starting game just because its caster and its recharge time is so short. I know that's mana recharge and max mana sucks pookie, but usually I'll get enough time out of it to fire a comfortable amount in my opinion. So I usually do that. Okay, let's get into this before... Sparky Bounce, double scatter spell, and a dropper bolt. Interesting. Does this mine? Castellan recharge time is... Oh, the recharge time is dog shit. Wowzers. I did not get to see its effects. I'm gonna wait for the oil to seep off of my body. I will come back to that for the chest. Blood. Blood is much better. Yes, you need that wand. Okay, I'm assuming there's a reason for it, and I would love to understand why. I think I just destroyed the chest instead. Unfortunate. Whoa, what are these things? I don't think I've ever seen these before. I have a feeling they're gonna explode. Mushrooms just seem to explode in this game. Woo! I mean, they exploded when I exploded them, so works for me. See, I just take this bottle of water and I spew it down at the ground fast enough that I fly, and everyone thinks I'm a wizard. But then all of a sudden they started throwing bombs at me, and I'm like, wait, I'm not actually a wizard, but now I'm here with this magical wand. I presume this is the story of Noida. I'm reading from the manuscript, trust me. I love when they explode everybody for me, dude. It's so nice of them. Such sweetie pies, honestly. Oh god, not what I was expecting to happen. Okay, well. Dude, oh my god, dude, the amount of health they have makes me so sad.
Potato salad, tuna salad, macaroni salad, coleslaw, chicken salad.
Water faster than I get covered in acid. I need to go. 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 Unfortunate, but I need to go. I'm gonna die to this acid if I'm not careful. Okay. Okay. Unfortunate to leave like that. I really would have liked to get more stuff, but I don't think I survived this otherwise. Timer Bolt with a Castellet of 0.02 is kind of crazy, and that's a really nice mana charge speed. I think we take this. Okay. Yeah. No. I think we go with this one. I think I fuck with this one. So if I'm gonna. What? What did I miss? I must have misread something. This thing just sucks.
With like a loaf of unsliced bread.
Just doesn't have the mana to put up with that. That sucks, dude. That really sucks, actually. No, our wands just suck, I think. I think our wands just suck. Dude, we just got no firepower here. Recharge time is 1 second. We're about to hit second zone. Trying really hard to get good in 5 hours, but honestly, the getting good and the 5 hours thing are not like meshing with each other very well. Honestly, fire trail is not bad to have on hand, just to have like a little bit. Oh wow, that does a lot of damage, doesn't it? Damn. Oh, crazy. I see the power of this. I'm on fire. Look now. Oh, does it auto follow? Does it follow people? Oh my god, it does. I did not know that. That's crazy. That's so crazy, dude. Holy shit. Okay, okay. Now I feel good about this right now. Yay, a heart canister. Finally, dude. Oh, it feels so good to find those in the wild, man. Oh, it feels so nice. You're gonna light everything on fire. No? Okay, cool. I mean, I'm not mad about it. No, you do whatever you want. How did that set me on fire? Oh, no. That's crazy, dude. That's so crazy. I really was not looking to get into level 3 with just this. This is not enough. I don't think that this is survivability right here. I'm not feeling too good about it. Okay, what do we have here? That's not bad. I mean, that does the dual shot, right? Yeah, the scatter spell. Those are the double scatter spells we were talking about, right? That we thought might do good, and that's also the scatter spells. 0.42 cast delay and a 0.6 recharge time isn't bad. It's not great, but I really like this one. 0.10 and an A3. Wait a second. Was this casting 4 spells at once the entire time? Oh my god. No shot, dude. That's crazy. I think we just go without dropper bolt at this point. Yeah, I think we kind of have a build here. Enemies can no longer knock you back. No knockback is not bad. Fungal disease I've never been that big of a fan of. Glass cannon. Your spells are 5 times more powerful. The maximum health becomes 50. Cannot be increased by no more. No, I think we'll just take no knockback. I'm really not a big fan of what the temples have given us so far, but we can work with what we got. Oh, I didn't even mean to fall in yet.
Character types.
Okay, so the sentries just explode. Like, is that just kind of their thing? God damn it. I pressed all of the wrong buttons there. I did not mean to press anything there, and I'm gonna die now. That is so fucking unfortunate, dude. I pressed so many wrong buttons there. And also,
At Diamond the Dino plushie if you insist. It's in DMS.
God. I'm not gonna survive these guys. No. And I killed him. And I fucking killed him. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dude. I did so many misclicks there. That's so unfortunate, dude. So many. Okay. Well, I think, to be fair, this was a really good learning experience. Were we able to become masters at Noida in 5 hours? No, absolutely not. Not even close, in fact. We only got to level 4, and frankly, that was at, like, the beginning of the day. But I do feel like I have a much stronger understanding of this game, so much so that it's a lot less frustrating. Like, I feel immediately so much less frustrated when I'm playing this game, and things begin to make sense to me as to why they happen the way that they do, you know? I feel like I get noided less, quote unquote. I don't know. I feel a lot better about it, at least. And maybe we should come back to
At
this.
Sky_Heights agreed.
I really love this game.
Where are
honestly.
we?
I really, really love this game. So, can you become a master of Noida in 5 hours? No, God, no, not even close. You know, there's a concept that somebody told me that I will never forget. Sometimes you're so bad at something, that you sucked too much to even realize that you suck. I think 5 hours was enough to master the understanding that I suck. That's Noida in a nutshell. Arguably a first step, but not really mastering Noida. But who knows? Maybe we'll return to this, and maybe the next time you see me, it'll be at the end of the 7th level. Eh? You tell me. What do you want to see? Use the comments below and hit that subscribe button. It's on the way. Thank you so much to Miss Yami for editing this video. Really exciting to get this exchange set up. While you're down in those comments, say something really mean about Yami. Like something really, really mean. Like, call him funny names. Love you, Yami. Okay, see you in the next one. I seem to have accidentally made a name for myself by playing games completely blind with an arbitrary limitation that makes my life substantially harder. This is made much worse by having absolutely no experience whatsoever. Essentially a playthrough running on intuition and pain. But today is an exception. Today is not an exception. I'm doing the exact same thing. This is Inscription. I've never played it, never seen anything of it, at least not that I remember, and I've done absolutely no research prior to this. And because video games are just too easy, I'll be removing something very valuable from this playthrough. Any agency whatsoever. Whenever I make my way to a shop, or beat a boss, or get to choose a card, I will never choose a card that I want. Instead, fate will choose it for me. Originally, I did this by rolling a die and picking whichever card the die landed on, re-rolling if the numbers didn't line up perfectly. Later, after realizing that that had a similar effect, I instead went with always going with the upper left option. In most shops or boss loots or what have you, everything will be randomized anyways. Towards the end, I didn't even flip over the other cards, I just look at the top left option and yoink it. We'll come to find, down the road, that this mechanic isn't always completely random, and may have some profound effects later, but that's not our problem yet. So, here's how a blind playthrough of Inscription Oops All Left went. The challenge has been ages. Allow me to remind you. Oh goodness. So this is basically the tutorial, right? Play the squirrel card. Alright. A rough idea of how this game works. Each card will have an attack power and amount of HP. When you end your turn, your beast will attack across the board. If there's a creature across from it, it'll deal damage to that. If there's nothing across the board, it'll deal damage to my opponent. For each damage dealt, the scales will tip in our favor. Our opponent dealing damage does the opposite. If either of us gets 5 HP out of balance, we lose a life. There are two types of costs for beasts, blood and bones. Blood means we must sacrifice a number of beasts on the field. On the flip side, if a creature dies for any reason, we get a bone, which we can spend later. At the beginning of each turn, we'll get the option of drawing from our deck or drawing a squirrel. Squirrels are pretty useless, but are free to play and can act as a sacrifice. Two denizens of the forest approach you tentatively. The caustic adder, damage from its poison bite, is always lethal. Okay.
W eco.
Sacrifice the poor beast. Sacrifice the poor beast does not kill it. Got you. May only take one grace to your paltry deck. Okay, so I have to pick one. So this is where the challenge comes in. Throughout the game, we'll receive options for new cards. Sometimes we'll be offered the ability to sacrifice a card to upgrade another, or a flat upgrade of some variety. As per usual, I will be relying on dice rolls, or later the upper leftmost option, to decide what I take. This means I have absolutely no say in the matter. Found a squirrel in a bottle. Break it in case of emergency. Have a second? Okay.
Thankfully, welcome back.
It'll allow you to tip the scales with it. You can tip scales with it. Gotcha. So are these just like for?
I forgot to turn off the music when I was playing YouTube videos. That was my bad. But I should have. Okay, chat, are you ready to craft some items? We have some serious items to craft. I think we want to craft probably 2 or 3 of them. I mean, maybe a legendary and a rare. I'm really quiet. Yeah, that checks out. I'll try to, I guess I'll have to talk a little louder, which is not something I hear very often. We're gonna have to craft some items now. Now
Like,
is
I can
item
barely
crafting.
hear you.
Can you guys barely hear me? Yo, congrats Big Creek on winning the Battle Royale. Let's fucking go. Let me know if that's any better, chat. I don't think it is, though. Whoa, I am really quiet, aren't I? I guess I have to talk like into the microphone. I'm pretty sure I'm talking at the same level that I was before. I can hear you fine. Okay, interesting. Did you by chance turn the volume down a lot, Ty? It's way too loud. Wonderful. So I think that realistically, if we have, what is it, 3,600? How much does legendary go up to? Legendary is max 160 times 16, 2,500. So yeah, I think we have just about the budget to do one legendary and one rare. Or no, Forager, I swear to God. Incorrect. All of what Forager said is incorrect. Moderators, whack his pee-pee. So let's make a legendary item and a rare item. Gosh dang it. Ty, can you not? Oh, Ori's back. I know, unfortunate
Rare should
for
be
everybody.
the physical damage.
Rare should be the physical damage? Yeah, I could see that. I could absolutely... Well, it is the penetrative one though, right? Because I'm pretty sure this Hydra is going to ignore defenses. So, I don't know. I could really see either, frankly. Hi, Dino. How do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? You know, we could... No, yeah, let's do it that way. Let's do some math real quick. Let's do some real quick maths. So if we were to jump into crafting a fast weapon, assumingly, you know what, actually we could make that one legendary. We could make that one legendary by putting extravagant on it. We put extravagant on the legendary one, and the rare one is just a penetrative, which is 80 on its own, plus slam. Now, here's another funny thing. When it comes to optimizing creatures, we can do a cute little thing where we do something like put inordinate on it. The creature doesn't actually have to wear it, so it's not actually fair, but creatures don't have to be fair. We get a lot of control. Whose PP are we whacking? Shh, nobody's. Don't even worry about it. We can put something like inordinate on it for a little extra RP on our side of things. It's actually very, very helpful.
Creatures are what we like to call big cheaters.
They are in fact big cheaters. So I'm going to put inordinate on it. I very much believe that we are not going to have to worry about the stack limits. We have 110 RP to work with for the physical one. We will, with the inordinate, we get another 30 RP. I don't think that we put sapping on this. We wanted to have an attack that it doesn't need to spend stamina on, I think. Oh, we can absolutely put unwieldy on it. Teehee. Because it will completely ignore that, which I love. I don't think we give it any amount of reach. We're going to make this a 0. Minus 80 for penetrative, and we get a 7d4. I really don't like where that lands, so I think we're going to do 4d6 instead. I think 4d6 is just kind of better, unless we can manage making it d8s by losing another 10 RP. But I don't see how we could do that without making it cost like 1 stamina, which is so arbitrary and unfun, in my opinion, that I don't think it's worth it. I think a 1-turn action 4d6 ignore defenses is completely fine for this creature's sake. It has a lot of turn actions to play with. It doesn't do a ton of damage, but it's going to completely ignore your defenses, and it's gonna hurt. I think that's the important part. So that'll be our rare item. D6 damage is Pog. It also helps a lot because when it frenzies, it's gonna do 46, then 5d6, then 66. Oh my god, this thing's gonna get so fucking out of hand. This thing's gonna get so fucking crazy. This thing is
I don't know why you are quiet, Oridont.
I don't know why I'm quiet either. Unless somebody else tells me that I'm quiet, then it might make sense, but I don't think I see it. Per my levels, it looks like I'm pretty normal as well. Is the music quiet as well? Okay, we're gonna do 1 TA, 0 meters, 4d6 fizz, penetrate. Oh, whoa. And then finally, we will go ahead and make a similar thing where we get 160 RP for a legendary item. Inordinate and unwieldy will give us another 40 RP.
Penetrate. OL.
Penetrate.
daunt.
Oh, hey, listen here. Listen here. Because it is heat damage, we are going to have to take harsh, but we all are also going to take extravagant. And because I want to do D8s if possible, I think we're going to spend... Ooh, how many? No, this is going to be the same thing, isn't it? I think this is going to be the same thing, unfortunately, because if we were to do 4d6, that'd be 6 stacks of harsh. Yeah, that only leaves us 30 right now, but that does mean that we can give it a range of... Yeah, we can give it a range of, let's see here. We could put 6 stacks of range on it, which would give it a 30-60. It actually doesn't get any assistance from its talents, which I kind of like, honestly. So we have a 30-60. 1 turn action, 30-60. And this is 4d6 plus... Oh, actually, you know what? If we take... What did we take? That was me taking extravagant. Does it need extravagant? It's got to make sense. I know that we could just min-max it and just make it its highest stat, but I kind of don't love that, honestly. I think we could add fortitude. Because I think this should make sense, realistically. And I know we could add power, but I don't think that makes a ton of sense here. I think that we should add fortitude. I think that essentially a breath weapon, being plus fortitude is fine. And that'll be heat damage. And that's single target. And that's it. That's all it does. Boom shakalaka. Ain't that cute? And may I say, once again, that it can just swap between these and it keeps getting frenzy stacks every time. Those frenzy stacks are going to get fucking insane. Those frenzy stacks are going to get absolutely fucking ridiculous. They're not going to be friendly. But now we can go ahead and add together all of its stats, I think, and figure out what it actually lands on being. I believe this ends up being 140, right? 32, 40, yep, that's a DR 140 on the dot. It looks like it's going to have 190 SHP. This thing is not very tanky for its DR. It's going to have 200 DHP. I mean, it's got a health pool. It's got a health pool of 400. It's not too bad, but it doesn't have very much SHP to actually deal. It would be a lot better on its part if it... Oh, you know what? We could put sapping on this. How much sapping would we have to put in order to give it D8s instead? We need 30... Ooh, Jesus Christ. We need 30 RP worth of sapping because I'm fine with a breath weapon taking stamina. Yeah, so if it costs 3 stamina, then it would be 4d8, and I like that a lot more, frankly. I hate riding sideways so much. Okay, 3 stamina. Okay, there we go. Now we can do 4d8 plus fortitude. That's perfect. And for stamina, speaking of stamina, it has 180 stamina. It has very balanced stats, I would say, which isn't great for it, frankly. It really doesn't need that much stamina, probably. I mean, I guess for Zealot, it's actually really good because that's kind of its undying clause. It also doesn't block very well, and it doesn't dodge very well for its DR. It actually does it very, very poorly. But its defenses for its DR isn't crazy either, honestly. It's really nothing to be super proud of, I would say. I also mixed these up. These two should be swapped. It should be ignore heat defense with 20 energy defense and 20 chill defense and a lot of psyche defense, actually 28. Psyche is actually its highest defense, which kind of makes sense for a Hydra, I would say.
I don't think it's the most glass cannon there is because it's still moderately tanky. I mean, the reason why it doesn't need so much block rating is because it has 10 turn actions and 5 interrupt actions, you know, innately, right? But once you start getting this thing down in DHP, it starts suffering a lot. Yeah, you could definitely make it much worse. But creatures should be some level of balance. It's okay for creatures to be offensive, but offensive creatures very quickly get into TPK range if we're not careful. It also has a high chance of missing its fireballs, honestly, because it only gets a +1 to dex. So, honestly, fair. We could have optimized this creature quite a bit more. It does have 40 power, though, which is ridiculous. The thing is not getting grappled anytime soon. 13, it is 19 fortitude. This is going to be its plus stat, so it's going to get a +15 to its fireball attacks. It really does still want to be in quite close range. It only has a 3 in engineering, 3 in memory. That's fair. Its resolve is 16, and its awareness is 14, so it has a spell cap of 30. It's really not crazy. And it doesn't get any discounts. This is the first mage I think I've put in Utopia that doesn't have a spell discount. It's a mage by a very slim margin, I should say. Calling it a mage is a little bit off, but you know.
Jesus, okay, 30 spell cap is a little sad.
Yeah, no, it is extremely sad. Suffice to say, magic is not really its strong suit. I think that it spent like 10 DR on spells that it will likely never cast. So honestly, I'm not super mad about how optimized this creature is, honestly. It has some pretty sad stats, honestly. It has some pretty bogus stats. It is definitely on the glass cannon side of things, but honestly, for a Hydra, I think that makes sense, and I'm okay with that. And this is a large primordial. And exactly the same as the Basilisk for content and drops. It's going to drop no items, but it's going to drop, I believe that it drops 1d4, if I remember correctly. Draconic. It is rare. Yeah, 1d4 material. And then it's going to be a TD7D engineering test. Yep. So 1d4 MC TD70 for 1d10 MC 1d8 RC and 1d6 PC, and all is rare. Yeah, we have a Hydra. A 4010 imbue isn't bad. However, probably won't even use it, honestly. It can breath weapon 3 times in the same turn without much issue. And then it can throw a little fireball somewhere else. Honestly, I'm very content with this creature. I think that it is, for what it is, for being an aggressive style creature, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's crazy that it has 40 power and does not have a plus power attack. It does not have a single plus power attack. And honestly, like, I'm really not mad about that. I'm super not mad about that. This is the easy fight. Can we see the hard fight? What would the hard fight be? I don't know. What would a hard fight be? I would almost want to say like roughly like double DR would be an excessively hard fight. That would be an excessively hard fight. You guys would be wildly outclassed by a DR 300. Funny which dragons got stat blocks first. Hey, wait a second. Chat chose that. I'll have you know. Hard fight is a Ruby Dragon. Ruby Dragons would be fucked, dude. They're probably in the DR 400 range, I would say. Ruby Dragon is basically going to be a Hydra on steroids. Because the Ruby Dragon is the direct ascendant of the Hydra. All right. Chat, do we want to do another one of these, or do we want to do something else in the Adventurer's Guide? I'm going to leave it up to you guys. Do we want to do another dragon? Do you guys want to see another dragon? Do you guys want to see more dragon? So likely need Among God shit. They would probably need it, yeah. I think that those types of dragons are definitely getting into Among God's territory. Make a creature for a hard fight. Ruby Dragon's Hydra abandoning its glass cannon ways. I think it would actually make it worse. I'm gonna be honest. I think it would be worse than what it was before, and then some. Magic me, streamer man. Magic me. You know what's so funny? You know what the truly magical dragon is? You know what lesser dragon specs into the school of magic? I'm gonna let you guys guess, because I wouldn't have. Vehicles, I beg. Interesting. Okay, what do you want from vehicles? Is there anything in specific from vehicles that you want? Chat, can you guess what the magic lesser dragon is? Do you guys know what all of the lesser dragons are, out of curiosity? I also want you guys to guess which one gets the School of Law, because I find that equally funny. The one that gets the School of Law is so wild to me. Can you guys guess what all of the lesser dragons, what schools they get? I think we know them, but we don't, know them. Interesting. Do you know? Tell me what they are then. Go ahead and do that. In fact, tell me what school each dragon gets while I go fill up my gamer subs. I've listed dragon somewhere, but not off the top of my head, no. Okay, guess the magic one. Guess the magic one, I'll tell you the rest. Make them guess.
Tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play?
I guess like Wyrm is magic, Leviathan is cunning, Drake is law, Wyvern is affinity. That's actually some wildly good guesses. I don't remember what order Drake and Wyvern are. I'm pretty sure I do. So Leviathan, you did actually get all of the lesser dragons, so you guys did know. So you suck. Leviathan is magic, actually. Wyvern is cunning, which I'm actually really excited for. Can you imagine when the Wyvern teleports away? We don't? To what? Oh, I forgot. We don't have a Drake anymore. Is that affinity? Oh my god. I apologize. Oh, Leviathan gets magic, scary shit, honestly. Yeah. I forgot. Codal gets affinity. The Codal gets affinity. I forgot about that. And the Wyrm gets law, which is a very interesting setup in my opinion, but honestly, like, I kind of fuck with it a little bit. I really would love to watch someone get fucking backhanded by a worm. The what? Why did I get the whatted? I feel like I've done something terribly wrong. Are any of the lesser dragons water-based? I'm working on a lot of water-based stuff, and it's got me curious. Yes. Yes. The Leviathan is, yeah. It's the magic one. The magic one, the Leviathan, is water-based. It'll also probably, if I had to take a wild smack at it, probably be one of the most defensive dragons. I feel like the Leviathan stat block is going to be Draconic Body, 28,000 stacks of mages, interchangeable. It's weird, isn't it? Hmm? Oops.
Nah. That's actually so funny. I kind of love that for Leviathans. Chat, Leviathans, as of currently, don't get evocation. That are purely air-based. I mean, that rarely land, if ever, type of thing. Yep, the Codal. The Affinity one will be almost purely air-based. Remember, we only know 3 of the greater dragons, those being Ruby, Sapphire, and Amber. Interesting. You could probably guess what the other 3 are, I think, if you tried. I bet you guys could figure it out pretty quickly. Rix, are you going to answer on what you want to see for vehicles? I remember now how they up past greater now. Okay, cool. Amethyst is one of them. Diamond is not. Diamond is a dragon. It's not a greater dragon. Lapis is not. Emerald is. I think we were missing. Yeah, you're just missing one. You're just missing one so far. Actually, is it the one that I think? Does it start with a C? Really? Weird. It's not what I thought it was. Never mind. If you guys guessed this, I'd be very surprised because I definitely would not have. Topaz is what I thought. No, Copper Dragon is a thing. It is just not one of the lineage that we're talking about. Topaz is what I would have said, but no, it is not Topaz. I'm shorter now. Is it a gemstone? Yes. I think that it's probably one of the rougher...
Sardonyx?
Sardonyx? No, not Sardonyx. It's a very well-known one. I think that's kind of on the verge of not being a gemstone, I'm gonna be honest. Hey, listen here. Listen here, Forager. There's a button I pressed. Hold on a second. I want to press that button again. Well known? Pearl? No, but that was a really good one. I think it would be kind of funny if Leviathan was the Pearl Dragon. Yep. Forager, you got it. It's the Quartz Dragon. That is what the Leviathan turns into. At least as of currently. Take it with a grain of salt, perhaps. Opal would have been a good one. Opal was almost a dragon. Opal was very close to being a dragon. It's quartz. Yep. That is all 6 of them. I don't know how I did the thing. My chair locks so that it doesn't lean back. Because right now, my chair leans back like so much. And sometimes when I pressed a button at some point, I accidentally kicked like a lever on it and it locked it forward and I loved it. Leviathan might end up my favorite dragon. Interesting. Okay, what do we want to work on next, chat? What do we want to work on next? I presume that we're not going to want to turn that into a stat block right now. It does not seem to do anything. No, I tried that. Never mind, you were right. Notes updated. I now possess the entire Primordia dragon lineage. Well, you're missing a few. It doesn't end there. But you do have up to greater so far. Once again, like to ask for magic, bet. Yo, what's up, Katsis? Amazing, we finished the Hydra. What about Greater Dragon? We've been told some of them. You have been told both of them. I have everything up to Primordial already. Oh, okay, you have Primordial. Okay. Oh, you have up to Primordial. Oh, understood. What's that? Oh, yeah. No. Dino, do you know the other 9?
I'm not going to elaborate on that. So there's been a conversation about magic. Referring to what Dino said, there's been a conversation around magic. Originally, I was heavily considering not adding anything to these guys. I wasn't going to add anything to the existing arts, and it was a consideration for a little bit. Dino has given me some really awesome suggestions when it comes to what to add to the existing arts of Utopia. Again, like I said, I wasn't planning on actually adding anything. I felt like if there's something that I can keep in the core guide, it's kind of more preferable in my opinion to keep it in the core guide. But I mean, the Adventures Guide has kind of just gone
Hydra
this far.
got very fun gimmicks. More turn actions the more heads it has.
Yes, it does. It does have some wild gimmicks. Extra spell features, I remember seeing those. Yeah. And there's been a couple examples. Dino, is it okay if I throw some publicization?
The fact there isn't a spell to damage stamina.
That was... So, magic not working with stamina in any way was kind of intended. It was originally... The rule of thumb that I did was that magic was never allowed to interact with stamina, like point blank. Like, it just wasn't allowed to do that. Feel free to show the doc that. I think I might read it out. I might type it out, some of that stuff. Just because of how stream works. But speaking of that, actually, we need more stamina damage. You're right. Originally magic, and this was kind of more so a safeguard than it was a reasonable thing to have, but I got scared, right? I got scared and I didn't want to add, oh goodness, I need to stop. I keep fucking myself over with these, goodness me.
I get it, but stamina is a way to do less than lethal, which is very cool.
No, 100%, and I agree with that, honestly. It's not something that I'm proud of, I should say. It's not something that I'm proud of looking back at it. I wish I would have. I definitely wish that I did. And if we were to add to magic, I do very much believe in stamina damage, honestly. I think it would probably be a part of illusion, more than likely. Because I think that illusion is usually one of those things that gets damage in the form of status effects, and obviously it's not always status effects necessarily, but some kind of like non-damage damage is usually where illusion is going to succeed the most, in my opinion. So I think that if anything got stamina damage, it would be illusion. I would also like to put stamina damage on a consumable. There's the term noxious somewhere in Utopia already. What is noxious used for? Does anybody remember? I was gonna say alteration. The only reason why I don't like alteration for it is because of how insanely powerful alteration already is. Alteration is crazy strong. Hey, what's up, Undead? How's it going? Alteration is a ridiculously powerful art.
Hi, Undead.
Let's go jump down to consumables real quick, and let's go ahead and throw in a... This makes me feel like drowsy is kind of what it should be called for that. So I think I'm gonna actually recycle that name. And let me check real quick, because I'm pretty sure it is stackable, right? That's the way that it works. Destructive is stackable, yeah. I think that we're gonna take from destructive and do the exact same thing for 2 RP. Make it a 2 RP effect. I think I'm gonna steal this name, and we'll come up with a new name for that one. Whoops, this one. And affected objects and creatures. Affected creatures. Reduced by 1d4. Redistributed in any fashion. I gotta remember how I write this. Any fashion as long as the maximum damage per... I think that's kind of a safer way to say that. I should look at alleviate realistically, but I could not be fucked.
Damage size may be redistributed in any fashion as long as the maximum roll is the same. That's fine, yeah. That's roughly drowsy, I would say. Lucian works, they get hey brain, make more adenosine, and they get sleepy and lose stamina. I mean, kind of fair though. Hello, hello. There isn't a way to do stamina damage? Wait, hold on, is there? Am I just crazy, actually? I don't think so. Psychosis is psyche damage. That's one less turn action, one slot. Splash is being able to throw it. Heal, stimulating to regain stamina. Medical, spell tech, sentient. No, you cannot do stamina damage with consumables right now. EP time spell. Is noxious used in Utopia? Is the term noxious used in Utopia? I really feel like it is. You're right. Magic that overrides agencies planned for greater illusion, if I remember correctly. Yep. We'll just call it slumber for right now. That's fine. It doesn't really need to have the craziest name, in my opinion.
Noxious? No, not as a feature.
It can be as anything. I don't want to reuse the same name twice for anything, even if it's like between like one's a feature, one's a talent, or whatever. I don't want to reuse anything if I can avoid it. That way, if I say noxious, there's only one thing in Utopia it can be, if that makes sense. It's not even a word using the core guide. Are we sure?
Oh, noxious literally doesn't appear.
Oh. Yep. Oh, wow. Okay. Duly noted. Well, I mean, we found words for it, but I'm actually curious now. Maybe noxious is better than...
I just looked. Noxious is literally not a word used in core guide.
Are you guys able to control F? The core guide isn't searchable, is it? It shouldn't be. I don't think you can control F. The 0.9? Oh, gotcha. Okay. I don't know how much I'd rely on the control F, but I'm gonna take it as the... Gotcha. Okay. We'll put it in. I'm sure there's honestly gonna be a lot of instances where something is like that. Oh, I need to remember to make this stackable as well. Okay. So, I'm gonna go ahead and pop open the yield document that Dino sent me that has a bunch more stuff for spell arts, which I am personally very intrigued by. Oh, I guess it is gonna open here. Well, I'm glad you said that we could look at it. Elemental Aftershock. If a spell containing this feature successfully deals damage to a target, all targets who were dealt damage will be dealt an additional 1d4 damage directly thereafter. Time may be just between energy, heat, or chill. Damage has to be redistributed. So I'm curious about this one. What is the purpose of Aftershock, if I may ask? Interesting. Okay, fair enough, Forager. That's smart. Probably, Sky. It probably would be smart to have a list of names that have already been taken.
Aftershock is unrespondable damage.
Oh, it's unrespondable. Interesting. Okay. Okay. That is scary. I think I would have that at least cost 30 power points. I think that this wording would not put it after in priority, but we can say that it cannot be blocked or dodged. I think it would be a safe bet. Permeate. The spell might be cast through 1 additional meter of solid material. I agree with that. I do agree with Permeate. I also think that, okay, I think I see that you have it here. Propagate. The spell's weight increases by X meters in all directions through a fluid medium. Ah, the weight does not propagate through any medium other than the one at which it was initially cast. Interesting. Okay, no, that's really good, actually. I like that a lot. Propagate is smart. No, that's really smart, actually. Okay. Failsafe. The spell is successfully dispelled. It will remain inactive for 1 turn before being reconstituted with all of its features intact up to X times. The time spent inactive still reduces the spell's duration, and the caster is still required to maintain focus or concentration on the spell during this time. If a creature dispelling a spell with this feature succeeds in doing so, they will gain an additional point of favor on future tests made to dispel it. I could not have said that better. That is the most gorgeous writing for a feature like this. Dino, this is exquisite. I'm gonna be so honest. You should write Utopia. Divination. Exacerbate. For the spell's duration, the TD for tests made to resist spell effects is increased by 1. Oh, interesting. That's wild. In Divination. Exacerbate. For the spell's duration, the TD for tests made to resist spell effects is increased by 1. I think I would charge more than 1.5 stamina. I think I would charge at least 3 stamina, because this is jumping back into the problem that mages have of being able to just curb stomp. Once you hit a certain threshold as a mage, you just start being able to curb stomp anything lower level than you, and they literally lose all agency. Like, they cannot respond to you. Telekinetic force is already kind of like that. Why is language under charm and not intellect? Because language is... Portrayal is the ability to lie, but language is the ability to, basically communication, right? Language is all forms of communication. So, it's including your ability to persuade if chosen to do so in such a way. You can lie with language. When people ask me what lying is, I usually say portrayal, but you can lie with language, which is basically kind of like lying through omission or similar concepts. There's a lot of charm effects that are kind of maneuvered around and given a little bit of stretch so that they fit under the social stats, so that the social stats have a little bit more bearing than only in town. Talking Force is a reason that Redacted has countermeasures for mages, yeah. So Fey speak via language, yeah. Wording a Fey deal would be language. Oh, 100%, yes, absolutely. Wording a contract would also be language. Illusion. Minor auditory illusion. The caster creates illusionary sound that the caster can vividly imagine as if it were emanating from the spell's maw and propagating 5 meters in every direction. Sound produced this way cannot permeate through solid surfaces. Sound produced this way are seemingly realistic and will persist for the spell's duration. The caster may produce a single sound, a predetermined auditory loop, or a stream of continuous sound this way. This is a really important thing. Expected delivery tomorrow? Oh, fucking whack. Oh. This was exacerbate being able to be shrouded is why I chose to make it 1.5 stam. Oh, it's able to be shrouded. I think it would need to state that. I see why. I absolutely see why, but I think it needs to be stated. I think that Divination should also potentially have a feature that allows you to have a second prospect at a time, because it would be something that notifies you that you can only have one prospect. I think that would be kind of interesting. Forgot to ask, how hard would it be to have an anti-magic item you can carry around? One that cuts spells, not one that prevents them. There's an item in the core guide that does that. You would need Dispel on a ring, essentially. Realistically, the truth be told, is it depends on how fast you want it. The fastest possible is 1 interrupt action or 1 turn action. And that would be 12 times 5 times 2. So 120 RP. So it's just above rare. If you put something on it, like some downside, like make it 3 slots. If it was 3 slots on a ring, it would be the top side of rare. Would that be any test against the spell? Only if they're concentrating on it. If they're concentrating or focusing on it, then you would have to make a test against them. Otherwise, it just ends the spell, as long as it's no older than an hour. Yeah, it's just a spell. A thing about auditory,
something that I was considering for this was I was borderline ready to say that images are just allowed to have audio. And I think that this is probably a safer solution to the problem, right? It's just give the ability to do audio. You know what I mean? I want to say that audio should cost half as much as images. I don't know if that's fair, because audio is still quite powerful, but I think images are just more powerful, frankly.
Dino was cooking.
I think half is because, well, if you want to do like a visual that has audio, you're not having to cast double.
I think that we could make, because these are the exact costs of images, if I remember correctly. Summon audio, I think, would be the same.
Why is it a problem to have audio and images together?
Oh, it's not a problem. You can. The problem currently is that if we look at Utopia in its current state, if we were to go grab custom illusion, what I think that this is following in the footsteps of is summon image, create small image, create medium image, and create large image. It creates an illusionary image that the caster can vividly imagine that would fit in a 1 meter cube centered on the maw, yada yada yada. This image is visually realistic and exists for the spell's duration, so on and so on. This does not state whether or not it can have sound, and I think based on its description, it feels like it can't. So in core Utopia, it's not really all that possible. Unless the GM allows for an image to have audio. So what Dino has done here has basically used the same templating to create an audio version of that so you can create sound. It would cost, assuming if it was using these costs, then it would cost a double to have a visual and an audio. I'm saying that I think that audio should cost half as much, so it'd only be a 50% increase to cost. And this one states, vividly imagine ever emanating from the spell's maw and propagating through the spell's wake. Sound produces wake cannot permeate through solid surfaces. Sounds produced way are seemingly realistic and will persist for the spell's duration. The caster may produce a single sound.
I made audio the same price just because the steps allow it to permeate further than the equivalent image feature, but with the caveat of not permeating solids.
I like that, honestly. I still think it could be, I still think it could be half. Honestly, I think that would be fair to make that half, personally. An interesting thing with this is that I'm pretty sure that if you were to cast summon audio with no wake, you could force a sound that only one creature could hear. Which you can already. You can actually already do that technically with sensory masking? Question mark? Images are 1, 5, 10, but audio is 5, 10, 20. That makes sense. But I think that's kind of the nature of audio. In fact, I would almost argue that summon audio would be unrealistic. I don't think summon audio is necessary. Sensory override, thank you. I don't think summon audio truthfully makes all that much sense, just because spending that much stamina on a wake for just a sound is so unreasonably expensive. I think that realistically, if these are going to stay the same cost, I think that all of these double in distance so that you can have and they expand faster. Like this would be like 10 meters. I would say like 30 meters and then like 300 meters, I want to say. Or like, no, I'm sorry, 100 meters. And then just leave the wake one out because it's not reasonable to charge somebody a wake cost for just audio. I don't think that's fair. Is it combined with summon illusion? No, and that's fair. That's really fair. But I think that by removing it, it does kind of force people to get a little bit crafty with it. Summon image, I know what you're talking about, yeah. The one that doesn't have an innate size, it just checks what the spell's wake is. But I think that wake, or an image being confined to the spell's wake makes a lot of sense. But I think that audio being confined to the spell's wake is a little bit tough, right? Because if you wanted that in a sphere, that's like 10 stamina per meter of sphere. So if you wanted to beat this one, you would have to spend 200 stamina just to make it better than Major Auditory. Illusions are more real. In some fictions, they use hard light and such. Illusions are innately realistic, unless you choose for them not to be. So, not really, because they just kind of already max out in that fashion. They're so real, in fact, that creatures that view it don't even get a test without suspicion. Sensory override with some complex programming. No, that's fair. Tactile illusion. Tactile illusion is kind of pretty much evocation. I will be right back and go ahead and grab that nice snack. Thank you so much, Munchie. Do they have a tactile ability? Nope, you would need evocation for that. Okay, let me correct myself. There's a technicality to that. You could use sensory override to make a creature or a number of creatures think that they are touching something when they are not. However, it would not be able to physically resist them, which is probably going to be the hardest part. You'd have to be really finicky with it. You'd have to be real crafty with how you go about that. By the way, I got a little bit of grilled cheese, so thank you, Mochi. Necromancy has Decay, 20 XPP. Upon casting, all affected bodies of DRX or lower are dealt an amount of damage equal to their maximum DHP. Only affects non-living bodies and creatures in stasis. Interesting. So it's a non-creature damage.
That's just a. Oh, I knocked you unconscious and you're right.
Oh, that's so fucked up. Oh, that's so fucked up. Oh my Jesus Christ.
Like dead ass.
Sky just said, oh, so Annihilation the spell.
Yeah.
Fuck you, die feature. You know what's even crazier about that too? Is that absolutely fucking works on the new structure system. And it's cheap too. Oh no, it only says bodies. I don't think it should say bodies, honestly. Because you can still remove the soul from objects. I guess that wouldn't force them to decay though. No, that's a good point. No, you got a good point.
No, it's saying bodies was intentional. It's functionally anti-Kindle.
That makes sense. I really like the approach to this. The approach to this is very different. Instead of dealing damage, it's just flat damage. I'm normally very scared of flat damage, but the way that this checks for a DR is like really cool. That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting, and I'm kind of a fan of it. See when you get back, Moonch. That's so wild, dude. Okay, cool. No, I fuck with that really hard, Dano. Alteration, recharge. Upon casting at the beginning of each turn after the duration of the spell, affected creatures regain an additional 1d4 stamina. Okay, here's where this is the one that I was scared of. This is the one I was scared of. So this right here is an infinite stamina loop. Because of how many discounts exist in Magic, you would absolutely be able to get infinite stamina out of this. Like really, really fast. Technically, there is an infinite, no, there is not infinite. Maybe make it cost DHP. I don't think that's worth it. That's just never a worthwhile spell, frankly, in my opinion. That's the reason why Blood Magic says you can't heal from it. Stamina regen is absolutely a good thing to have, but that's kind of the one thing that spellcasters don't get, right? That's... will not affect creature who casts a spell. Oh. Okay, there's another downside to this, because now we have ritual magic, where you can spend somebody else's stamina to cast a spell. So if you have a ritual caster with alteration, they can kind of just mass regain stamina for everybody. I think that stamina regeneration is kind of the one taboo of Magic. And I think it should kind of, I personally believe that it should stay that way. I think that stamina regeneration should not be something that Magic is capable of. Basically, the life force that Magic takes from you, it was designed to not be able to create more of itself. It is the cost, right? I that's my personal opinion on it, and I mean, you're free to change my mind, you know what I mean? But that's kind of my personal taboo with it. Higher than God's level, I don't think there's ever a way to regenerate stamina. It's just not in Magic's functionality. Be fine, but you're right. No, I think that this is a completely fair spell, honestly. Like, I think that this is easily balanced. I think it's more of a philosophy thing for me. Upon casting, all affected creatures make their choice of a strength or will contest against the caster's will test. For each creature, upon failing, it will become unable to breathe or take the deep breath. Rain, there's a suffocation spell. That's smart. Affected creatures may make a strength contest against the caster's will test at the beginning of each turn.
Asphyxiate is cool.
Asphyxiate is fucking dope. Yeah. No, I like that a lot, actually. Asphyxiation is good. Possible if you're straight up rewriting the world of Magic. Maybe? I think philosophically I still wouldn't. Dude, this is so good. Cloud Kill is crazy. Oh, remember how there was oxygen in this room? No, you don't. Matron? That's wild. Alteration. You're a bad person.
20 stamina is a lot, but that is probably a good thing.
Oh, absolutely. Suffocation is an interesting thing because there's going to be a lot of cases, I think, where they're just not going to be able to fight you on this one. That's so funny. Oxygen? Here? No. The asphyxiate can be done with 10 will.
Asphyxiate scales really poorly though.
Does it? I don't know if it does. I think that it scales phenomenally, actually. Because it gets better with your will, right? Other than the duration of the spell, if they can't fight you with their strength, then you kind of just win. And the way the suffocation works is that the higher their fortitude, because you start suffocating after a number of minutes equal to your fortitude score, so you eventually die. Turns. It's a number of turns equal to your fortitude score. And then every turn, you lose 1 stamina per turn you've been suffocating. So for the first turn, you lose 1 stamina, then you lose 2, then you lose 3, then you lose 4, then you lose 5, and it begins to scale up from there. It would probably take a while to truly choke a creature
oh god,
to death.
it's even worse.
Yeah, no, asphyxiation is very powerful. Yeah. But this is a way to remove a creature of its stamina, right? It's a hard way, don't get me wrong, but you can reduce a creature's stamina this way. I'm almost tempted to have this be the stamina reduction spell. Is that fair? I feel like, is it fair to have asphyxiate be the stamina reduction spell? You know what this is? This is the anti-caster spell. In a caster v caster,
At the Forager
this is how you
56,
kill
that is
another
probably
caster.
pseudo-slumber.
Like the idea of stamina spell is because if there's a caster v caster, it's kind of just whoever gets rid of the other stamina first.
That's pretty fair. Rain just said one of the reasons he doesn't like anti-stamina spells is because in a caster v caster, it's just whoever casts the spell first. You know, whoever can rid the other of their stamina. I think asphyxiate is a little bit more of a realistic way to have to rid somebody of their stamina, right? You just choke them to death. That's how you rid them of their stamina. You know what I mean? I think that's fair.
And like the thematic idea of like someone fighting through being suffocated is so cool.
Rain's fanboying right now over the idea of somebody choking to death while continuing their fight.
Like you have to play a thing of like, do I keep trying to fight them and use all my stamina to hope that I kill them so that the spell releases and I don't die, or do I not, or do I?
Did Rain just say strangulation is hot?
It's so
Pretty much. I mean, can't have stamina if you're dead, right? I think one of the ways that I was planning on, so Rix is talking about the strangle action. I think what I was planning on doing, one of the ideas that I had was that strangle would kind of be like a superfluous version of the grapple, where you can grapple a creature and then you can attempt a grapple on a grappled creature. And if you grapple them the second time, the second stack of grapple is considered strangulation. So they can't breathe anymore. And they have to break both grapples to begin breathing again. Well, they break the first grapple to breathe, and then they break the second grapple to be able to move
At Ray
again.
Nice Fouling, that was a legit question. I only heard like half of what you said.
With that in mind, I think we add all of these, honestly. Elemental Aftershock is one that kind of intrigues me. Having elemental unblockable, undodgeable damage is a little bit scary to me. I think at the very least it should cost more. But I do like this. Dwarf Fortress approach is a wild way to say that. I love that. Whoops. Is it? There it is. Okay. I am gonna go do Strangle real quick because I don't want to forget. Where's my actions? Yes, the Strangle action. Take the grapple action again against the same creature. The second grapple functions similarly, except while grappled this way, while affected this way, grappled creature cannot breathe. Creature affected this way must successfully contest both grapples. To remove the grappled status. The first time, it becomes able to breathe, but remains grappled. This makes Breathless stronger, absolutely. And you can put it on headgear. Headgear core guide, you are able to put Breathless on. It's actually really cool, in my opinion. Shouldn't Strangle me next to push? Yeah, push is right here. Item sharing is going to be the one that kind of prevents you from being able to force somebody to chug something without their consent, or at least force you to contest them in some way, if nothing else. But with that, let's jump back over to the arts now, and let's go add all that stuff. You got me.
At the Forager 56 LMAOO, that's amazing.
Ray, wake. Enchantment. Divination. Illusion. Necromancy. Alteration.
Ori, as this is continuing, Redacted is just turning into more and more of an anti-mage build.
Wonderful, as it should be. They'd probably have Breathless for the occasion. This fact that Breathless and Artificial are not one quirk still really confuses me. No, that's... Wait. Oh, I understand. No, that's completely fair. I understand what you mean now. I got confused for a second. No, and that's fair. Species and creatures were the two, oh, Oh, Breathless doesn't actually help you. Artificial is the one that helps you. Yeah, no, Breathless doesn't actually make it so you don't need to breathe. Breathless makes it so you can't take the deep breath action. Oh shit, wait a second. Was there actually a duplicate? I think there's a duplicate name. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I think there is. Oh no. There's a duplicate name. Kill me. And one's positive, one's negative, no less. That makes me so sad. That makes me so sad. Yeah. I knew there's the Breathless item. I actually forgot there's the Breathless quirk. Thank you for the hugs. The Adventurer's Guide is, in fact, going to be a thicky boy. And I believe that... I'm pretty sure that the way that I wrote this last time was basically just by bold name. Yeah, bold name, and then, okay, and then a bullet point. So we'll do Aftershock. That's plus... I think I might make this 140. This is really powerful in my opinion. An unblockable, undodgeable form of damage, even if only instant, is still really powerful. You know what, actually, hold on. I have an idea for this. Let's do something like this. I'm gonna have to keep the other side open so I can read evocation as I'm doing this. Give me just a second. I'm gonna modify this just a little bit to give it a little bit more, a little bit more limitation for damage. May be chosen between energy, heat, or chill.
Basically when I made Aftershock I went, but what if 2-hit combo, and then made Aftershock?
In any fashion, as long as the damage type, as long as the maximum damage per type is the same. We're gonna add another little caveat here. The maximum damage of this feature cannot be higher than the maximum damage of the effect that triggered it. Damage dealt this way cannot be blocked or dodged. There we go. Okay. Okay, we have a little bit to move around here. Okay. There's two ways we can word this. When the spell deals damage, for the first time, for instance, or whenever this spell deals damage. If we say whenever, then a lingering effect will proc once, and then proc again, unblockable, undodgeable. And you know what's even worse about that is that, okay, no, Aftershock might be going up. So mechanically, a spell ends if it fails to do damage, which means Aftershock will allow the spell to continue persisting. Aftershock was intended as a burst effect? Okay.
I think that makes more sense. I think it's too
Okay. Aftershock is a burst effect once more. I think that's fair. I was gonna say, it would keep a spell going by aftershocking, essentially. Whenever is interesting. I do think that whenever is interesting. However, it is also ridiculously powerful. I guess that's not technically true because if the lingering effect doesn't deal damage, then it recognizes that that feature didn't deal damage and that feature would end. Aftershock would persist, but then it would deal 0 damage because it would just never trigger again. So I guess Aftershock wouldn't stick around. It's not as powerful, I guess. I'm content with this personally. It forces you to basically invest 45 PP per D4 if you want to have a second round. Make it that Aftershock can't do more damage than the damage dealt. It can't do more dice. It can do more damage. It just can't have more dice. Do 1 sever, the rest Aftershock. That's fine. If you do a D4 of sever, you can only have a D4 of Aftershock. You can't succeed the amount of damage. Welcome to Returned. Okay, here's something that people have been asking me for quite a bit, and I'm still a little bit weary about it. People have asked me for a Psyche Imbue or a Burst Psyche effect. One that costs less. I don't think I see Psyche Imbue. I'm gonna be so honest, I think I just don't see it. However, a burst Psyche damage, I think I could see. My cards, but I did make Aftershock for the big Mega Cannon Buster Electro Mage spells. I love that so much, and honestly, I fuck with it so hard. Okay, I think that was the only thing in Evocation, if I remember correctly. Unfortunately, I can't copy and paste this. This is also not helpful. There was something else I wanted to... No, never mind. Cast through 1 additional meter of solid material. I'm tempted to put failsafe in array. That probably sounds weird, but I feel like failsafe should be an array. No, maybe not. What's that?
No, that's
Okay. Did you see Propagate in Wake? You're gonna like it. It's not in there yet. Hey, welcome back. What's up, Galaxy? How's it going? Why Array? Array was originally going to be the protective art, like the art that protects your spell from being dispelled, because the reason why is kind of lost to time, but the idea was that the throat of the spell, which is generated by the array, was the weakest portion of the spell. So the protective measures was in array, right? Because it is the weakest facet of it. But I see why enchantment would also be that way, and I kind of agree with it, frankly. I think I'm gonna lower the cost of this quite greatly. For Propagate. I don't think it needs to be an exorbitant cost because I think it has quite the limitation, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna close this tab as well. Okay. This is actually really interesting wording. I want to check something really quick. If I go to Wake right now, and it says spherical fulminate. The spell's Wake increases by X meters in all directions. So there's a funny thing I realized only just now, and that is, if you...
At the Forager 56 that would be ranged. I meant 3 meter melee range.
I just realized something. Okay, so if I'm gonna throw the PDF over here so you guys can see it. If we use, where is it? The one that's shapeless. It's shapeless. Shapeless Fulminate. Choose X 1 meter cubes anywhere in space touching the spell's maw. The cubes must connect to each other's spell's wake. It takes any shape fitting within the chosen space. So let's say we make a 1 by 1 by 4, right? So we go blop, 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 right? That would cost 4 stamina, right? Right?
At the cat's hiss, flavor is everything.
Dino, I need you to do some math with me.
You don't need a realistic reason, or technically a reason at all.
So that costed 4 stamina to do cube, right? We have a 4 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter area. Now, if we do spherical fulminate on top of that, the spell's wake increases by X meters in all directions. It now increases from our original shapeless fulminate, which means we get a shit ton more value out of it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure we get a ton more value if we start with shapeless. Specifically in that fashion, I think, if I remember correctly.
Spherical would just originate from the caster.
Spherical says the spell's wake increases by X meters in all directions. The same is true if you start with a circular extend, I think. Because if you circular extend, it's 35 meters, so let's do 10 meters. Incorrect. Different wake features do not multiply, they overlap. Dino's teaching me how to play Utopia, chat. I'm actually gonna write this in a notepad so that I can just copy paste it. Okay. I did change the wording a little bit, and Rain, I think you're going to want to see this. So, propagate states, and I did say liquid medium because air is a fluid, and I know that people are going to get mad at me. So I changed it to liquid.
At the cat's hiss yet, and being able to bounce the knife off enemies is a valid reason for it to have 3 meters range. You can't do it further because you are not skilled enough.
The spell's wake increases by X meters in all directions through a liquid medium. The wake does not propagate through any medium other than the one in which it was initially targeted. Yes, air is a fluid, and as far as physics is concerned,
At
yes.
Reichset 404, hence my choice of the word fluid.
I think that if it was able to propagate through air, it's just a cheaper spherical fulminate. I think it should say liquid. So you get liquid freebies, essentially. Yeah. This is so funny. I feel like you could probably have
At the Forager 56, that would be ranged attack. I mean 3 meters melee range. For a way to do that, it can have a rope attached so you can swing it at a distance.
How much are these in comparison to each other? A spherical is 100, whereas circular is 35. It's literally 35%, roughly a third. So we'll make this 15. I feel like this makes a bit more, like, helps a little bit.
At the cat's hiss, you're going to need more dex for a meteor hammer than you're ever going to need to throw a dagger and bounce it off something.
How do we read this? Spell wake increases in a circle. Circle, I know how to spell circle. With a radius of X meters. Across a liquid medium through any medium other than the one in which it initially targeted. Yes, and I think we're probably going to have a square equivalent of that as well, and a shapeless equivalent. I think just giving more power over basically how you can shape your wakes. I think it was okay. I get better wakes. No, you don't, Lamau. I'll just trap your spell in a 1 by 1 by 1 cube. Oh, I got a spray. Oh.
Do you think it's a bad idea to have this much control over it? Do we feel like this is like bad?
At the Forager 56, have you ever bounced a knife off a target back into your hand?
Square meters long. I like control. Okay, yeah. Because if you just put a wall in the way, it doesn't permeate. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, you just stick a wall in the middle and it's like, no. Funny enough, shapeless in this case, if we're going by the same metric
Also,
of value.
magic.
Also, magic. Shapeless propagate will cost roughly 2, which is wild. Oh, I guess hypothetically we should have a shapeless would be, yeah, we don't have
2
all of the
PP.
options for 3D
New
versus.
cheapest spell feature, let's go.
Is it? Isn't throw 2? No, throw's 4. Wow. That's crazy, actually. How long until spell increases? It's choose. Oh, these need to say X. Lamau. Across the liquid medium. Touching the spell's maw. The squares must connect to each other. The spell's wake. Takes any shape fitting in the chosen space. The wake does not propagate through any medium other than the one in which it initially targeted. Yep. Choose X 1 meter squares across a liquid medium touching the spell's maw. Squares must connect to each other. The spell's wake takes any shape fitting within the chosen space. Yep. So when it comes to 3-dimensional, you only get spherical. However, in 2-dimensional, you get all of these options. I don't know if that's a bad thing. I think that's kind of fair, frankly. Oh, big hugs for Sky. I'm sorry to hear that. Spell is successfully dispelled. Time spent inactive still reduces the spell's duration, and the caster is still required
At monkey_pasquire, love.
maintain
At
focus
sky_heights, this is what happens when I'm on
concentration
my good stuff.
on the
Red
spell.
strong.
Red strong during this time. If a creature dispelling a spell with this feature succeeds in doing so, it gains an additional point of favor on future tests made to dispel it.
At sky_heights, any toem deer. Time.
If this spell is successfully dispelled, It will remain inactive for 1 turn before reactivating with all features that were active prior to being dispelled up to X times. The time spent inactive still reduces the spell's duration, and the caster is still required to maintain focus or concentration on the spell during this time. If a creature dispelling a spell with this feature succeeds in doing so, it gains an additional point of favor on future tests made to dispel it. Yo, no way!
Jilly RAID Jilly SABERS Jilly RAID Jilly SABERS. It's a Jilly Bean raid.
How the
Hide your
actual
beans.
Mick heck are
Jilly
you doing?
RAID Jilly SABERS Jilly
thank you so
RAID
much.
Jilly SABERS.
Oh, are my frames absolutely borked right now? Hello. Let me add some time to the timer for that. Thank you guys so much for being here. Jilly Bean, how was stream? Tell me all about it. What was your favorite part? Guys, make sure to please take care of yourself. I'm going to shout out Jilly Bean real quick, and I'm going to put in the pin
Welcome
message
in,
until
Jilly
something else
Raiders.
happens. Welcome in, welcome in. We're going to look at a cute little clip from Jilly Bean's stream. How was Peak? Oh, look, a Peak clip. Let's go.
I want you to know that Sherbs was supposed to raid as well, but he raided Jilly right after.
Sure fucked up. That's so funny. I may have fuckled up. Sherp fucked up. I want you to know that Sherp's fucked up. I may have fuckled up, says Sherps. That's so funny. That's fucking amazing. I love that. Thank you guys so much for the raid. How is stream? Tell me all about it. What's up? What's up? We're in the middle of doing a little bit of
Jilly
adventures,
by
guys.
mistake.
I rated Jilly by mistake. I
At
kind of love
Sherbert
that.
_ plays
Well,
Sherb,
you know
how
what?
dare.
Maybe Jilly Bean earned it. Maybe Jilly Bean earned it. Maybe that's just how it is. Maybe it was meant to be, chat. Plus, raising the TD for tests made to resist spell effects is increased by 1. Exacerbate is such a good one. Duration. If information cannot be gained, target via divination. How many hours was it for getting you past Ascent 7? Oh shit, I forgot. I think it was 7 hours, wasn't it? I think it was 7 hours, if I remember correctly. I got a refund that I don't think happened unless I am confused with what it means. What's that? Oh wait, was there a refund all redeems?
At the Forager 56, I argue it isn't. I argue that flavor should be used to justify items and effects.
It depends on how crunchy it is.
So stuff makes sense.
We can have a melee weapon with reach and a range weapon with reach, though the last one is less often fun. I also think it was 7 hours. I think that it kind of depends on how crunchy it is, right? Crunchier systems don't like having flavor run rules. You opened the box and it said refund all redeems. Oh, holy heck. Well, congratulations. Has a moderator done that yet? Nope, not yet. Enjoy a refund. Congratulations, everybody. And Jilly Bean gets a hug. Thank you so much. I hope you had an amazing stream, Jilly Bean. I hope you had an absolutely amazing stream. That was phenomenal. Each affected creature, 1 additional prospect. For divination. Basically just arguing whether a dagger with 3 meters reach would be allowed to be run as just a thrown or bounce back into your hand. I would allow that personally. I think that there comes...
Ori, call this one elucidate.
Elucidate. I love that. I think I have to look up what that means, but I just love the way that word sounds. It sounds so divination-y. Or make something clear, explain. Oh my
It'll
god,
count
that's
as
so
melee
good.
in
That's
every
amazing.
situation. but I'd allow it.
No, it would. It absolutely would count as melee. Mechanically, it is melee. It just simply means that you're just that good at it. And actually, technically, you can throw it. You could throw it 4 meters. You would lose. It wouldn't bounce back at that point because you can throw weapons. I forgot. Is that not in the core guide? I remember this being a conversation. I really would like to actually answer this question because if not, it's going in right now. Is attack if it would receive bonus damage, it should be meant. Yep, for instance, yep, no problem. Multi-weapon attack. We should have 2 separate metrics and make an attack with a ranged weapon, yada yada. It is not. Okay. Okay. Yep, we're adding that.
The West March is generally already allowing that rule, but it is not in core guide.
Well, we're putting it in this, and we're putting more limitations on it. Kind of, not more limitations,
At
but we're going to make
Reyna's
it
fouling,
more
I feel flavor
centered.
should justify the item's uses and effects as I like to allow for RP room in fights.
Number of turn actions. Throwing an item, an object or creature. Given it has the capability to do so. Number of turn actions required is 3 by default. In the case throwing a weapon is equal to the number of turn actions required to make an attack with it. Creature can only throw an object or creature if it has the strength score capable. It has the strength score necessary to do so. Specifically, can only throw an object that requires equal or less slots equal to its strength score. It can throw up to double the carry capacity worth of items if using throw an additional amount equal to its strength score. Per additional free hand used to take the action. The amount of slots it can throw at once is similarly modified by any effects that would modify its carry capacity.
Weaver Chuckers.
The range at which an object or creature can be thrown this way is equal to the creature's strength or agility score, whichever is greater. Close range. Close range. For far range, and whichever is lower for short range. Attacks made this way are considered ranged. There you go. There's a throw mechanic. It also means that it's going to be
At
really
the
hard to
Forager
throw
56
creatures.
I allow for items outside of rules, thus why I ask for justification. As an example, a weapon that only deals stamina damage, it must be given a type.
Creature may spend a number of turn actions throwing an object or creature, given it has the capability to do so. The number of turn actions required is 3 by default, but in the case of throwing a weapon, is equal to the number of turn actions required to make an attack with it. A creature can only throw an object or creature if it has the strength score necessary to do so. Specifically, it can only throw an object that requires equal or less slots than its strength score. It can throw an additional amount equal to its strength score per additional free hand used to take the action. The amount of slots it can throw at once is similarly modified by any effects that would modify its carry capacity. The range at which an object or creature can be thrown this way is equal to the creature's, rounded down if necessary. The range at which an object or creature can be thrown this way is equal to the creature's strength or agility score, whichever is greater, for far range, and whichever is lower for short range. Attacks made this way are considered ranged attacks. I think that makes sense. Back to Illusion. First time I played explicitly high strength, Lamau. So I'm making my first Utopia character. Do you have any suggestions for a build? Yes, let's go. I will say that tinkering and magic are both very complex. So if you're new to Utopia, I would
Having a 2 short range and 67 far range.
That's hilarious. If you are new to Utopia, and especially if you're new to tabletop RPGs, I would say be very careful taking magic and tinkering. They're both quite complicated. Officially played / will play a build with big money in every trait duo except display so far. I love that so much. My first build was Keel.
I still hate magic so much.
I still hate magic so much. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom, chat.
Fair. At the Forager 56 heck you. At Diamond the Dino plushie hype.
Okay, chat, we have some wonderful movement going on right now in the Adventures Guide. I am very happy. Okay, not that one. Illusion. We're gonna do all the auditories. And
At
I think
the Forager 56 I can too. I just don't like doing it.
The Eminence playgroup character. I remember hearing that I was able to join last time. Oh, so the Eminence group is also a very complicated setup because we are using the experimental features of the Adventurer's Guide. I would be happy to walk you through it if you do want to join, but you're also working with a very complex rule set there. Not to say that you can't. I think that's completely fair to do. However, like I said, you're going to be working with a lot of experimental features as well. Why did you ping yourself? I don't know. Why'd you ping yourself? Why'd you ping yourself? Hey Ori, how long do you think it will be until first public version comes out for Adventurer's Guide? It's really hard to tell. I don't want to put a date to it because it's really... I'm fine with jumping into the deep end. Let's do it then. Absolutely, go for it. Adventurer's Guide is relatively complex, so I'd be wary, but if you think you can handle it, then go ham. Yeah. It's really hard to say. There's a lot of things that go into it, and there's a lot of writing that needs to be done. And when I say writing, I mean like creative writing. Because I mean, at least an expectation of what the maps are going to look like, you know, developing what the cultures are like and writing that into the Adventurer's Guide is all going to be a part of it. You know what I mean? There's a lot that's going to go into what the Adventurer's Guide is. Weird. Originator of the chain. The deep end is my favorite place. I live here. I've been reading through everything over the past week and I have a small handle on things I would like to imagine. Honestly, bet. That's awesome, honestly. The core mechanics are the important part, right? The Adventurer's Guide is just a lot of extra content more than anything else. Gladiator is kind of real, though. Honestly, Gladiator is pretty solid. Red and green, I think, are both very easy to digest. Don't do
The lore
purple.
is going to be peak.
I have a request that I absolutely not something you need to allow, but can I write the bird people lore? Remind me when we get there, maybe. I think that would be kind of fun. I'm gonna be honest with you.
As someone playing medic, yeah, don't do purple. I don't
Purples,
even know how to use it. I'll get there, surely.
purples are probably some of the most complicated strategies in the game so far, I would say. It seems to be that case. Are you interested in doing that and I really want to try my hand at it? Interesting. Okay, bet. Sound produced this way cannot permeate through solid surfaces, through solid mediums. Sounds produced this are seemingly realistic and will persist for the spell's duration. Caster, a single sound, a predetermined auditory loop,
At
or
Galaxy
a stream
3004
of
yet.
continuous sound this way. It exists for the spell's duration. I don't think that there's a for the spell's duration clause in this, so I'm just going to add that. I'm just going to tack that on the end.
At the cat's hiss not when you have advanced construction.
Okay. And this is called minor auditory illusion. And we'll keep the cost, but I'm going to double the range on this. So the caster creates an illusionary sound that the caster can vividly imagine as if it were emanating from the spell's maw and propagating 10 meters in every direction for the spell's duration. Sound produced this way cannot permeate through solid mediums. Sounds produced this way are seemingly realistic and will persist for the spell's duration. The caster may produce a single sound, a predetermined auditory loop, or a stream of continuous sound this way. Wonderful. And I believe this is called medium, right? It'll cost 60, and it'll go 30 meters in every direction. And then major auditory illusion. Become a hallucination, and it'll be 100 meters in every direction.
At Diamond the Dino plushie you write.
Crafters and
At
spellcasters are intended to be more
520
utility than combat
MHM.
focused for- yeah.
Took a lot of work to set up though.
Hold on, it's been so good. Tasting power for real, yeah. Yeah. Okay. We have magical sounds. And somehow we didn't have that before. Because I'm a silly goober, chat. I have become silly gooberish. Then we have decay. Decay is an exciting one. Kind of scary, but exciting. On casting. All affected bodies of DRX or lower are dealt an amount of damage equal to their maximum DHP. This feature only affects non-living bodies and creatures in stasis. And it's 2 stamina per DR, so you basically have to pay double their DR to just auto-annihilate. Which, frankly, makes sense. All affected bodies of DRX or lower are dealt an amount of damage equal to their maximum DHP. This feature only affects non-living bodies and creatures in stasis. Yep. I mean, yeah, it's Annihilation, the spell. I think I'm going to take the recommendation and go Gladiator. Let's go! I love Gladiators. Can Advanced Construction affect weaponless if you have handheld? Nope. Unfortunately, you cannot. Well, fortunately for me, but unfortunately for you.
Advanced Construction is purely weapon-based.
Yep. It can affect artifacts if it has destructive. Artifacts with the destructive feature do see the
Why
bonus
are
for that.
monks shafted so much?
Because monks are insanely powerful. Monks are ridiculously and brutally strong in Utopia. Tank or big number funny, or a mix of both? So I walk up to a man and shake his hand. He promptly immolated. What?
No, you can't Ori. Because Advanced Construction can't apply to artifacts, they don't do modifier damage.
Nope, that's a good point, actually. That's a good point. Okay, no, there can be abilities. I believe there's at least one ability that gives you a modifier accordingly. I mean, Advanced Construction would at least give you the +1. Wonderful. Thinking big number funny. Big number. I want the big numbies. On casting, all affected creatures their choice of a I think I'm gonna force strength on this one. This could also be an X, but telekinetic halt is broken because of the X, honestly. And I don't think it's a good idea to start doing that again. Each creature, upon failing, it will become unable to breathe or take the deep breath action for the spell's duration. Affected creatures may make a strength.
It says that the damage dealt by modifiers is doubled. If there is no damage on modifiers, then you cannot double it, and therefore cannot get the +1.
It says... I'd have to read it, you might be right. Each turn, upon succeeding, the effect ends for the creature. I think this will count as making a test to resist spell effects, because this should be something that you can counteract with Runic Buffer. I think it's making it quite strong to not be able to do that. Telekinetic Force is a stupid spell. Telekinetic Force should not be as strong as it is. Telekinetic Force should not be capable of what it's capable of. And I'm sad that Telekinetic Force works the way that it does, but I digress. That's all of them, I think. I think that's all of the arts. This is which I believe is the crux of the conversation. Gotcha. I think the reason why Weaponless is so strong is because it's innately one turn action with a modifier. To add a modifier to a fast weapon by itself is 60 RP. To have a...
It is innately 2 turn actions.
Yes, but it's extremely easily made to one turn action, including with a 20 RP item. It's either a 20 RP item or it's a talent that you get from being a Cambion or that you can get from a custom species or you get from being a human. No, I don't think human can get that. No, human can't
Woo
get that.
fast weapons with modifiers.
And when you
Woohoo.
include all of the AG species, there's a ton of ways to get one turn action attacks. It's not hard. But once you do that, a fast weapon with a plus power modifier is innately 70 RP for a D4 of damage. If you were to do a D8 of damage like a fast weapon does, then you're already looking at a rare item just for that. Weaponless does not require to have any hands. You can have both of your hands full and you can still make that weaponless attack. And that's not including the fact that you can start putting gloves on and boots on that increase the damage even further. It is so unrealistic how powerful weaponless builds are. They are so strong. Therefore, they don't really see much support, unfortunately. Dude, this is so cool. On top of the transformation quirk. Weaponless doesn't scale as well as something like advanced construction, but it's really strong in the way it runs. Yes, it's very unique in the way it runs, at least in my opinion. Left of Warfare, not
UMM,
the...
I don't think I would be able to actually play those since I don't think I will have access to TDS in the VC that is used and I don't have Tabletop Simulator.
There are definitely ways.
So what I was saying here, only way for Weaponless to be overpowered is to have a species built to break the system.
No, you can just have a 20 RP gloves. They're literally crude. Literally crude gloves would give you a one turn action attack. Galaxy, I could fix both of those things. We can fix both of those things pretty easily. I can make it so you have access to TTS, and you can message me about Tabletop Simulator. There's players that don't have Tabletop Simulator that play. Advanced construction is insane. This is crazy, dude. Adventurer's Guide currently 118 pages. Bonkers. I thought it was more, actually.
Isn't there a way to make it 4x in the AG, Ori?
I believe so. Let me go take a peek-sees, because I'm pretty sure I know where it would be. It's in one of 2 or 3 places. Much time rounded up. 6 turn next to attempt to disable touching. Engineering test. It's not that. Is it Artificer? It might be Artificer. Structure vehicle ready with capable crafting. You crafted it. Spectre modifier. Exchange 1d4 block for 1d12 dodge, vice versa. Exchange amount of type defense. 6 turn actions to double damage. Engineered Bane might be what I was thinking of, honestly. Interesting. Is it Artisan? Make a favorite item. Rendering any other no longer favored. Your favorite item requires half as many slots, rounded down, as long as you are carrying it. And to recall the item, immediately equipping or otherwise putting it into your possession if not equipped. Crafting a favorite item, you may choose up to amount of RP worth of features. As long as you are using the item, it's treated as if it has additional features. It's 10 times the number of rarity. Was it a specialist talent? Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm absolutely crazy, chat. Where's specialist talents? Specialist talents, here we go. Oh yeah, there's Guardian now.
Guardian is so hecking good, man.
And quick lift. Quick lift allows you to grapple a creature with an interrupt action as long as they consent to it. So you can run up and pick up your friends and then
The
keep
sweet,
running.
delicious flavor.
This is also really funny if you have long grapple, because if you have long grapple, you can literally just throw a rope out, grab your friend, and run with an interrupt action. Oh, purple's on their long grapple.
It's funny because a zealot would be able to do that, in fact. Overloaded. You can be crafted on stable lamp. You can have much time crafting it. If you do, stack them as quadrupled, and it's consumed in 1 hour instead. Wild. It's not artificer, I don't think. Yeah, because this is how you smash 2 items together. Is there not one? I guess not. It must have gotten removed. That or... Ooh, wait. Is it in the study of craft? Is it in the study of craft? Only shows increase may activate a creature that item. Yep. An additional turn action. 8 summon. Trade one listed damage dice for another. Oh, I forgot about that.
BTW Ori, can you shadow step while holding a friend?
No, I don't think it would allow you to do that. You would just teleport away from them. No, weaponless does lack versatility. You are correct, Katsis. Weaponless does lack versatility, and for that, it's one of the most efficient damage dealers in the game. One of the reasons why weaponless is so insane is because, like I said, it acts like a rare weapon, and if you just tack on like some common gear, then it's way more than that. Like, you immediately get into legendary, mythical, fast weapon range, and you can attack on every other creature's turn. Right? Because you can spend 2 interrupt actions to attack with a weaponless. That's 1 turn action. And this is all with bonus stats and all of that stuff. So they get really gnarly. But you sacrifice utility. Yes, they can't do all the fun things that a genuine weapon could do. I forgot about that. With Study of Enhancement, you can literally trade energy, heat, and chill damage like a mage can with your items.
Yeah, chorus.
Oh, really? Oh, whack. That's so cool. You spend additional turn, 12 times. Additional damage die. Oh, interesting. Okay, that didn't do what I thought it did. No, I guess
At
not.
Galaxy 3004 I can DM you a
Must not be
clean
there.
copy.
See a sheet on Patreon, but I don't know how to download it. Character sheet on Patreon. I would grab the one on the website. So if you go to the website, actually, hold on, I'm here right
Please
now,
and
so
thank you.
So this is the most basic form of the character sheet. There are other forms, including the Excel sheet, that's actually really good. But if you go to the Mirror Myth website, which is posted up in the link right there, you click on Utopia, we go to downloads, and then right here, the official character sheet, just press make a character now. And this will get you this one, which is actually editable if you download it. So if you go ahead and download this, and that would be right here. This little button right here will allow you to download it.
Ooh, I see.
This is actually editable in a web space. It's like if you open it on like Google Chrome or what have you, then you should be able to use that for yourself as well and edit it online. There is an Excel sheet that unfortunately is not currently available on the website, but it is a very, very good Excel sheet that people in the Discord could probably grab for you, or in the Westmarch server. The Westmarch has an auto-calculating character sheet. I would advise against using it right off the bat. I would learn how to use the character sheet for yourself first, because it will it'll spoil you. It'll spoil you really bad. It's probably a good idea to know how to do it first. With 3 different damage types over 3 attacks, he's like, wow, that must not be a unique weapon. Actually, what is happening is you're switching weapons when he's not looking with 3 different identical swords that I taped together. Gosh dang it. We have some whack stuff, dude. This is so exciting to me. I don't know why, but this is just so exciting to me. So much stuff here, dude. This is crazy. Def got spoiled and then promptly got unspoiled playing Bella because AG, real. Get hecked on. This makes me feel like Utopia is shaping up to what I expected
At
it
Diamond
to
the
be.
Dino plushie but fast.
Oh, that's right. I wanted to say, one thing that I think would be really interesting is playing an artisan that makes consumables. So you take like
I made
alchemist.
AG work in the sheet.
I remember you talking about that, Katsis. Making an artisan, which is magic and craft. Taking alchemist and just being a brewer. Because every single time that you make a favorite item, if you go to make a masterpiece and somebody consumes it, you free up a slot to make another masterpiece, which is really cool. I really love that flavor-wise. Flavor-wise, I love the idea of an artisan brewer. I don't know, it makes me happy. It seems like a lot of fun. And you can add hella RP. Huge amounts of RP to it. Their rares, for instance, which is common, extraordinary, rare, with this, if you have their specialist talent, you would get an additional
Calico is
60
intended
RP.
to make consumables, but not as favorites. She
You
was
can
going
make-
to basically use disposable sewing needles as emergency weapons.
I love that. You can make a rare item with 170 RP. That's more than legendary. You can make a rare item with mythical level RP as an artisan. What the fuck? You can make mythical items with 320 RP. Yes, stack limit still applies, and the only way around that is through being a black hat, and also meaning it breaks. Bunny plush. I would actually be so down to have a black hat artisan that brews beers like that, because the beers go bad. And then they're just worthless. That'd be so funny. Can you imagine a 320 RP?
Funny thing about how consumables work, to make food you need a power component.
Yep, that is correct. If you had Black Hat Artisan with both hardlines finished, so this is level 24, right? Level 24. You can make mythical items with 320 RP and a 240 stack limit. They only exist for an hour, but dear God, holy shit, shove a battery in the steak. My masterpiece beer. It will go bad in 2 hours. I do have a black hat in my conduit roster, but she is not consumable craftable amount. No, honestly, that's so fair. Just 320 RP, dude, is fucking insane. Can you imagine that? Like, hold on a second. I just want to check real quick. Let me go ahead and open up this PDF. I want to put into, because I haven't done this before either. I want to put in perspective what this means.
She makes cars and then makes the cars better.
Let's take a 320 RP. Let's put some downsides on this bad bitch, right? Let's put some downsides on this, like some serious ones. We will absolutely make it convoluted, right? We're gonna make this thing hefty. It takes 6 turn actions because we probably have the talents required to not make it that anymore. Or we don't. I don't know. We'll come up with it later. We make it armed because Lamau. We make it unwieldy because Lamau. Whoops. Perfect. And then of course we make it inordinate, and then of course we make it tricky. We're crafters, so we probably have at least 20 intellect, which is another 20 for us. Beautiful. We're doing so good. And now 143 d4 damage. Let's make it as even numbers. What can we even divide that by? That's 5d100. 28 d20. This is a 6 turn action weapon, don't get me wrong. But this is a 6 turn action weapon that does 28 fucking d20. Wouldn't it be higher than that? Oh yeah, you would have to have the ability to craft mythical. So you have to be like level, let's see here. 24 plus 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 plus 9. About level 50. That's fair. But to be fair, you get to make a 28 d20 6 turn action weapon. So I think that's pretty cool. Also, you can teleport with people you have grappled, but it's iffy. Interesting. Saying you could craft a rare item with however much RP. You would need to be able to craft a rare for that or whatever. Yep. The crop creature moves similarly, and the teleport's technically a move. All right, fair enough. No, you're fair for that.
What adds a rarity? What's that? Artisan and Black Hat bonuses do not increase rarity. Enhancement bonuses do. No, you are correct. No, they do not enhance rarity. The reason why Black Hat and Artisan do not increase rarity is because they both do it on a contingency. For instance, Artisan only gets the additional RP bonus if the Artisan is holding it. There are ways around that, but essentially only a select number of creatures gain the effects of that RP bonus. So if you were to sell that item, you would sell it as if it had less RP on it. The reason why it's written that way, the reason why it is specifically that way is because being able to modify its RP without modifying its value kind of throws the balance off of everything for the way that items function mathematically. So that was very much done on purpose. Where's the long grapple thing? There was something I was gonna do to make it make more sense. I don't know if I already did. I feel like I
Basically,
might have
the
already.
extra RP is fingerprint enabled.
Yeah, fingerprint enabled. I love that.
Control.
It's control. Oh, I missed it. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can just eat people's interrupt actions with control. There we go. Resourceful restraints. This is more so what long grapple should do. Upon successful grapple. Get grappled. Upon successfully grappling a creature this way, it is safely moved within 1 meter of you. If it cannot be safely moved to you this way, the grapple fails instead. So basically, it's a scorpion get over here. It's not a weird magic tie rod between you guys. You cannot add force pull to this game, I beg you. Why? What do you mean? You think that the magical invisible tie rod is better? But you can eat people's interrupt actions. Watch this. Eats an entire literal human being. Grapapple. 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 Yes, chat, the grapapples. Beware the grapapples. Duel is funny. I love the purple abilities, dude. They're so funny. They're so fucked up. And I love them. They're my favorite. Unsurprised is such a fucking purple thing. If you were targeted by an effect you were unaware of, spend an interrupt action and 10 stamina to be aware. You're like, you didn't even know this was happening.
Because then you can throw your weapon and grapple it back to you.
No, because it says grapple a creature. It says specifically creature. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yep, successfully grappling a creature this way. It has to be a creature. I mean, if your weapon is in a creature, then yes, you can. And if you do, then go for it. Just don't know how to use them because we're punching up so high. Only works on living swords. Got it. Yes, it has to be kindled.
Weren't those the grape-flavored apples that were discontinued because they were made with bird poison or something?
What the fuck, dude? Why are they bird poisoning our apples? I don't understand. In a creature, you say? Do the weapon time. Right, that's not what I meant. You knew it. I really like the idea that you're like...
Rain, you have this backwards.
You're like, man, I need my sword, but I need it in like 3 minutes. Hold this. And then you just stab them. And then when you need it, you just like telekinetically like... Foom, and you just grab them, pull the sword out, and walk away. Also, I think it's really funny that you can like sneak up on a purple and they could just be like, no, I was aware. And they're like, you didn't even have a chance to respond to it. And you're like, no, I decided I was aware. They can literally just decide to not be surprised, which is the wackest fucking statement I've ever heard. Omnitool, the other one is a vibrator. Omnitool is an ability for artificers, funny enough. Resourceful restraints is really just aura farming the talent. That's so fucking funny. God damn it. Literally told the GM they were wrong. I mean, if anybody was gonna do it, right? The purples were gonna. Yeah, Shrug Off is a mid-tier talent that says you may spend 2 turn actions and 10 stamina to make a speed contest against a creature within 5 meters. Upon succeeding, that creature loses an
Could
interrupt
crafters
action.
make sex toys in 2 turn actions?
Yes. That's so funny. Yes, actually, they very much can. Yes, black hats can specifically. Imagine
No.
being a mage who specializes in telekinesis, and some zealot force pulls you, and it's just not magic somehow. The day I can cook with Urpal is gonna be glorious. I'm so ready. Black hats are able to craft items in 2 turn actions. Production crafters can make multiple simultaneously. Oh my god, you're right. A production black hat could make, I think, more than 2 actually at the same time. Hold on, let me read production real quick. I'm pretty sure there's a way. Oh, never mind. No, they can do it in 1 turn action. There's now an ability called Double Time in production that says crafting items, structures, vehicles, and creatures requires half as long, rounded down. Nice. Oh, it's not stackable. Okay. Oh, nope, never mind. Their stock split. Stock split says you can craft an additional item, structure, vehicle, or creature simultaneously, and it's stackable. So if you were curious about it, you can make a hypothetically infinite number of dildos in 1 turn action. It just depends on how many components you can carry. Double time is stackable. Yes, double time is stackable. Oh, that needs to say rounded up. Okay, there we go. 1 turn action minimum. Why? I want you to know that double time did say rounded down, which means that if you would have gotten it, if you had hasty craft predisposed, a black hat station, and 2 stacks of double time, you would have crafted items in 0 turn actions. I just want to say that. I just want to say that, chat. I want to die. Spool of Shibari rope, a gag, a blindfold, and 3 vibrators, all made at the same time. I just realized that if you're a wizard crafter... Okay, this is like a ridiculous, like this is such a ridiculously like specific set of circumstances, but if you were a black hat wizard, you could take pseudo slumber, relax craft, predisposed, and it specifically, hold on, hear me out a second. If you had alchemist, you could double up in making the homemade feature on a consumable. You'd make 2 at once. So hear me out here. You craft 2 of them at once. You proc a rest. You drink one, you proc a rest. You pseudo slumber to proc a rest, and then you drink the other one to proc a rest. You literally just undid the effects of resuscitate. Literally. You literally undo the effects of resuscitate after dying. Welcome to the Black Hat King shop. All toys you want in 6 seconds or less, and you get your money back. God damn it. Crafting 5 bombs in 1 turn action, throwing them all at you with the rest of the turn. Oh my god, dude.
Undo
I fucking love the
in what, a
AG.
turn?
In less than that, actually, I think. Okay, so hear me out here, right? You would need, this is a ridiculous number of things that you would need, but hear me out here. You would need alchemist. You would need crafting, I think, at least up to rare, probably legendary. You would need, oh, never mind. You would need the entire innovation tree. So you need predisposed. You would need pseudo slumber from the wizard's tree. And you would need to have the means to craft
a homemade item with the feature homemade. The feature homemade is a consumable feature that says upon consuming it, you gain the effects of a rest. So the way that you go about, oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. You need relaxed craft, which is a specialist talent that you're like level 70 or 80 at this point. I'm sure you have it. So, and then if you proc plot device, you recover all your health as well. So you would craft something. You would craft specifically. You would craft a consumable with the homemade feature. Because you have alchemist, you craft 2 for the price of 1 at the same time. Because of relaxed craft, you gain the effects of a rest. 1 point of fatigue gone.
100 meters of shibari rope? What, you got a hot night out with a leviathan or something? Oh, you do? I'll reinforce it on the house.
Then you consume one of your homemade items to proc a rest, another point of fatigue gone. Then you pseudo slumber to remove a point of fatigue because you gain the effects of a rest.
At
and then you
Diamond the Dino
consume
plushie, wait, I need this slice of life, actually write this.
And then you consume the second homemade item to remove 4 points of fatigue all in 1 turn. And also gain the effects of 4 rests at once, which I don't think you needed, but that's fine. Wild set of circumstances, to say the least, in my opinion. Chat, this is so funny.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, yes. At Sky_Heights I, you know what, Hecate.
Hecate, the Egyptian god. Alright, chat, I think that's about time that we go ahead and still have no DHP, but hey, everything else is back. Yes, you have
What is it with
rested
the
4
Olivers
times.
and seducing Dragonix as subs?
I have no idea, but who here is surprised? Raise your hand if you're surprised,
Quality
chat.
Strem.
Quality Strem, a good Strem.
Hecate is Greek.
No, Hecate. Isn't there? Maybe that's different. Maybe I'm thinking. Okay. No, you're right. You're right. Greek. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you. You guys have been absolutely amazing. This is an absolutely amazing stream. I had a great time. No, you were right the first time, Crow. You were right the first time. You got me. This was so much fun. I really enjoyed getting a lot done on the Adventures Guide, actually. Way more productive than I expected to be. Absolutely amazing, and I appreciate the hell out of you guys. That was awesome, honestly.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, that is a lot of the part of being a sub.
Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm going to go ahead and start this raid. Make sure to copy that raid message and post it in their chat. Let them know who sent you. Show them some love. This was fun. This was really fun. I think I'm gonna go not take a nap. I have a little bit more work to do. I think I'm gonna go take a little bit of a break, relax for a second, and then maybe like lay down, but maybe just work. I have no idea. Thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow for Paya's return. Let's go. It's time for Paya's return, chat. Finally, this is the first session 1. Holy shit. As well, Maki and Azure session 0 comes out tomorrow. So watch that over on Ori Does. Thank you guys. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow and bye.